I'd like to call the regular meeting of Council to order and ask Ms. King for the introduction of late items, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're adding delegations from Mr. Ian Gartshore and Mr. Tim McGrath to item 8C, which is the Harewood Neighbourhood Plan Official Community Plan Amendment, OCP 68. We're adding delegation from Ms. Pam Agnew to item 8G, which is the disposition of 100 Gordon Street for Conference Centre Hotel. We're adding item 8L. It's a staff report regarding rezoning application number RA 311 for 141 Westwood Road. We are adding items 10C, 10C1, which is the report regarding the Colliery Dams project update and the removal of the Colliery Dams tender. And we are adding 56 delegations. One delegation has advised that she's unable to be in attendance, and that would be Ms. Janet Irvine, and that concludes the late items, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Patchy, I think you wanted to make a motion, if you could, please.
When it comes to item 10C, I would, out of respect for Chief Doug White III, Chief of the Chenemo First Nation, to move him from spot number 38 to spot number 1.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. No discussion. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. So we'll move now into a motion for the adoption of the agenda, please. Second. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. And the motion for the adoption of the minutes, please. Moved. Second. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. The very first presentation, the Mayor's Report 6A, and I'm pleased to announce that the Snowbirds Fly for the Children with Intestinal and Liver Disorders event will be taking place over the Nanaimo Harbour on July 31st, at the end of this month, 2013. And the message actually is, please join us on Wednesday, July 31st at 6 p.m. at Maffeo Sutton Park for a thrilling aerial demonstration performed by the Canadian Forces Snowbirds 431 Air Demonstration Squadron, who have thrilled audiences all over the world. This special performance in Nanaimo is a major fundraising event for the CHILD, CHILD Foundation, the Foundation for Children with Intestinal and Liver Disorders. Snowbirds Fly for Child is a family event bringing awareness to the Nanaimo community for the need for a cure for inflammatory bowel disease. Please join us on Wednesday, July 31st at 6 p.m. at Maffeo Sutton Park for this breathtaking aerial demonstration. And now we move into 8A, Community Safety and Development, and the demolition and removal of 91 Chapel Street. Purpose is to obtain council direction with respect to the preferred method of addressing the unsafe condition at 91 Chapel Street should the owner not comply with the remedial order.
The city is required to rectify the unsafe condition at 91 Chapel Street, that it will be addressed through demolition and removal of the building.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into B, proposed road closure and exchange between trustees of the Congregation of Brechin United Church in the City of Nanaimo at 2020 Estevan Road. Purpose is to obtain council approval in principle to close a portion of the Waddington Road in exchange for a road reserve covenant over part of 2020 Estevan Road.
Council provide approval in principle for a road closure over a portion of Waddington Road in exchange for a road reserve covenant over part of 2020 Estevan Road, and 2, direct staff to prepare a formal road closure agreement with trustees of the Congregation of Brechin United Church, and 3, direct staff to provide a further report to council when the road closure agreement is finalized with an accompanying road closure bylaw.
Okay. Seconded. I see no discussion. All those in favour? Opposed? Motion carries. And over to the Harewood Neighbourhood Plan Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw OCP 00068. The purpose is to describe the content of the Harewood Neighbourhood Plan, its implementation and monitoring strategy, highlight land use elements that require specific amendment to the OCP, the Official Community Plan, and to seek council direction in considering the Harewood Neighbourhood Plan through the OCP Amendment Bylaw. And we do have 2 delegations here to speak to it first, and the first speaker, Mr. Ian Gartshore. Mr. Gartshore? Up to 10 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship and Councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this. I realize that the report is a preliminary one, I've been following the progress of the Harewood Community Centre plan since the beginning of the process, and took part in every stage of it, and I've really valued the opportunity to be involved. I am really pleased with virtually everything I read in this plan. Now, I must say that I got the plan on Thursday. I think that's when it was released, and I was supposed to have submitted a PowerPoint presentation by Friday noon, so there may be some parts to this that don't flow as well as I wished, but there it is. I want to say that Nanaimo has undergone many changes in the last 200 years or less when the Europeans started to arrive. And just under 100 years ago, we lost our focus as being a coal mining town. The transition, I wasn't here, of course, and I don't think anyone else was here, would have been enormous for the city to have say, okay, we are no longer a coal exporting town. And I think there must have been a lot of fear about the economic outcome of that, and jobs and people's homes and whatnot. And it was in what we now call Harewood that people thought what we can do is sell 5-acre plots of property to the coal miners so that they have at least the ability to grow their own food. It was very visionary. And I believe it helped Nanaimo and area to adjust to the enormous changes that the closing the mines would have meant. In fact, Harewood was called 5 acres in those days in name of that. Last year, the city went through a public process to determine where it needed to go as a city for the next number of years. It was a great process, and the results were I believe, widely accepted. And I've got one of the slides up here to do with the transportation and mobility. And this is the area I want to focus us, because I believe that we are in a major time of transition. Maybe not as much as ending the coal mines, but I want to use that as a metaphor. So the first slide is from the transportation part, and I want to focus on that. I believe that if we really want to fulfill what was decided in that document, to really take it to where it needs to go, that it's going to mean some major changes for the city of Nanaimo. I've highlighted a couple of sections here. Reduced dependency on the car, measured through reduction of trips and average kilometers per household. We know that greenhouse gases, pollution, a lack of exercise, there are all kinds of reasons why we want to move away from the car as the primary way of getting around. Also, increased shift and viability of the active transportation options. So pedestrian, cycling, disability, travel through improved infrastructure, increased density, and node development. And the city is on its way to doing many of these things. And also a sustainable transportation system that addresses duplication, growth, greenhouse gas emissions, public health, because the more active we are, the better health we have, and asset management challenges. Here we see clearly the expectation that Nanaimo would move away from its current high dependency on the private automobile and transition towards this sustainable transportation, as well as the reduced need for transportation if we build the city differently. The initial drafts of the city's transportation master plan, I took part in the latest look at that draft of that, and there we could see that priorities need to be shifted. And the priorities are going to be shifted in such a way, if this goes forward, is to significantly change priorities in the transportation section. I note with interest that residents in South Nanaimo and Harewood expressed the strongest support for changing the order of priority to encourage more physical activity, walking and cycling, to encourage, therefore, more people getting to public transportation, and therefore not be as gung-ho for developing everything for the private automobile. Then we got into looking at how we're going to develop Harewood. And I'm going to focus on one particular street, which is the major corridor street, and that is of Bruce Avenue in Harewood. And here we've got an architect's or a planner's design for how we see it could be developed. The two center lanes would be, of course, for cars and other transports. Then we see 1.5 meters for 1.4, whatever it is, for bicycles. So it's committed, dedicated cycling space, which I see as a positive move to make sure we've got enough space to get around. And then we see parking space in the next little slot. And then we move into the treed area and sidewalk, a nice wide sidewalk on either side of that. I believe this is about page 130, something or another of the Harewood Community Plan. I forgot to. There it is, 143. While the Harewood Plan does incorporate most of we participants envisioned in the charrettes, I'm not happy with this and one other component. I think that if we go ahead with this scheme of things, that we will not see the desired outcome as outlined in last year's planning. In fact, I think that this will probably continue to discourage cycling, even though there's a dedicated cycling path. Why? Because if you're cycling along and you've got cars on your left side and somebody opens the door on your right side, you may have certainly more space here than in the current configuration of our city streets. But I can tell you that being, or close to being, doored, as they call it, is very scary. And I can't tell you how many people have said to me, expressed to me, I refuse to cycle on Nanaimo streets because I consider it to be too dangerous. Statistically, it's no more dangerous than being in an automobile. And that's hard for people to believe, but cyclists can get out of the way of many more obstacles than cars can. So this particular plan is there not because I think anyone's got any evil intention. I think that this plan is in place because A, we need to give some room for bicycles, which is great, and B, we are so used to, in the last century, or almost a century, we're so used to being focused on the private automobile that for us to think outside of that parameter is like thinking about Nanaimo not being a coal exporting town 100 years ago. It's really difficult. For people who've been to Europe and to other countries, it's not difficult because transportation by other means is way easier. Here we've got some of the plan that's on page 126, where we've got road stencils. We do have road stencils right now, and I can tell you that one fellow who nearly took me down, I caught up to him afterwards, he said, well, there was no road stencil on this road, so it was okay for me to turn right in front of you. It doesn't work. People are still scared because the stencils are nice for information, but they don't make it any safer for cyclists. This is something that Europeans are doing, and many American states and cities are doing now. And I want to highlight the difference here, where we still got the lanes for cars, and now we have what's called a floating parking spot, which is what you notice the white car with its door wide open is doing. So the driver can get out of the car, open the door wide, and the cyclist is still safe. Not only that, but you also have further away, the noise being generated in the middle of the street is still quite set back from the sidewalk. And people tell me that they prefer to walk on sidewalks further away from the noise of the traffic. And so this does almost exactly the same thing as the current plan, but without having to have car doors opened into your path. It takes no more space, it's just a different configuration. Why can't we do this? Our city engineering standards right now don't allow it. And so what I'm doing is I'm envisioning some possible options, some other ways that we could configure Harewood and its transportation now, before we get too far further into the process, and say, let's dream, let's imagine some other possibilities that would, and this does, invite way more cyclists to use our roads, and therefore get closer to the goals that we said as a city we were going to do last year.
Okay, we've got 10 minutes now. If you could, we've got a whole bunch of delegations, so if you could just move along as quickly as you can, it'd be appreciated.
All right, I'm going to go on to my last one, thank you. This one here shows how the city staff, I gather city staff, some staff connected a whole bunch of roads in South Nanaimo that are not currently connected. This flies completely opposite to what we said we wanted. Going to some research, Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, this is more of what we wanted, as I understood it at least, where streets are still open to car drivers, to vehicles, to emergency vehicles, whatever, and it's more open to bicycles and pedestrians. Here we see a grid. The one on the far right is where traffic can go with cars or trucks. You see that it's well connected. It's a grid. On the far left here, we see how pedestrians can go anywhere, can go everywhere. And so what you end up is something more like this, where you have beautiful green boulevards that stop traffic from going through the quickest way. Traffic can go around a little bit. It's not difficult. They're gas-powered. But cyclists and pedestrians are able to get through. And so it's a modified grid, more modified than what is being suggested in this plan. This, according to the Canadian Housing and Mortgage folks, will get us at least 15% more people walking and on their bicycle. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to accept any questions.
Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gartshore, for your presentation. I just wanted to say thank you for coming to speak about these transportation issues to Council, because it's something that, as Chair of our Transportation Committee, it's something that I've taken quite seriously. As you already know, we are currently going through the Transportation Master Plan, and actually the exact same topics you've brought up about moving bicycle lanes to the opposite side instead of on the left-hand side, so cars are opening their doors, but moving them to the passenger side, are actually being discussed. And through the Transportation Master Plan, we should actually see a new biking network plan developed from that should address a lot of those concerns. But it also depends a lot on the layout of the current road, because some roads are obviously not wide enough to allow for that type of infrastructure to be built upon. But your comments and concerns have been heard by me, and I'll make sure that they're also raised at the Transportation Committee.
Okay, that's great. And if I could just mention that the Harewood Plan, I hope, will not be taken in its whole until after the Transportation Master Plan, or that segment be held in abeyance until such time as we have a Transportation Master Plan.
Good, sir. I see no further questions. Oh, Councillor Patsy.
Thank you, Worship. To staff, if I may. Do you, when you listen to the concerns that Mr. Gartshore expressed, do you believe there is room in the Harewood Plan that's before us right now and encompass what I think is needed in the Transportation Master Plan at the same time? There's room to maneuver there?
Your Worship, certainly I'll turn it over to Chris Jackson if it has any further comments, but for sure the work that the Transportation Committee does will be paramount in how we implement all of the road standards and all of the forms of intermodal travel throughout the neighborhood. So we would absolutely look to implement those once they're adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Gartshore. I would believe that what we saw there was a first generation, and for Nanaimo, it's a big step forward. But when I look at what they've done in Vancouver, and of course the first ones through the wall always get a little blood on them, and they did, relative to the bike lanes. But if we look at what they've done, for example, in Indianapolis with the cultural trail, it says basically car, protection, cyclist, and then sidewalk. And it's revolutionized the number of people in that community that are now doing walking and cycling. And it's really, really impressive, the statistics. So I think you're onto something. Thank you.
Good. I see no further questions, but thank you very much, Mr. Gartshore. All good information. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now, the next delegation is Mr. Tim McGrath.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to talk to you about the Harewood Neighbourhood Plan. I have a few things that I'd like to address. Question number one is, why is the Colliery Dam not part of the Harewood Neighbourhood Plan? On some neighbourhood maps of the city website, the park is part of Harewood. If the park is not part of Harewood, I would beg to ask from council, what neighborhood is it in?
Mr. Swaby, do you have that?
Yes, Your Worship, I'll let Chris Jackson answer.
Okay.
So for the Colliery Dam, when originally, the Harewood plan was looked at in terms of delineating the boundary, some discussion went into, well, what is the nature of the Colliery Dam and what is going to happen in the future? And right now on the official community plan, it says it is park. So it's park designation now, and there's no anticipated change whatsoever to that. And in terms of how the Harewood plan and parks designations would work is the level of detail that you'd look for what happens on a plan, or in a park, would occur with Parks, Rec and Culture, not in the official community plan level. So with the Harewood plan, it'd be similar to Centennial Park in Harewood, where the plan shows it as park, it's designated as park, and to get to that next level would be through Parks, Rec and Culture. So there was, at that time, there was no value to be added in, due to the nature that there's not going to be any change.
It doesn't show that way on your community map. In your community plan, the Colliery Dam is excluded.
It's okay.
Okay.
So is it council's position that we're going to have it put back into the Harewood Park area is what I would suggest?
Mr. Swaby, do you want to explain this? Go ahead.
Your Worship, if the community and if council, of course, believes that that's more appropriate, that it actually be, we do see it as part of the Harewood neighborhood for sure. And if it's more clear to put it in the mapping, that's absolutely a positive step.
Okay.
So it is part of the Harewood plan? Okay, thank you. Now, part of the Harewood neighborhood plan, some of the guiding principles are to work toward a sustainable community. If this is City Council is honest with the public, let's see City Council put its votes where its mouth is. The second guiding principle of the neighborhood plan is to develop a strong sense of community. The question comes to light. What is a strong sense of community? The population of the area, according to the statistics in the plan, is 8,700 people, give or take. Now, your statistics say that there's 2.5 people per household. So the Colliery Dam Preservation has 2,400 households actively signed up. That is more than 25% of the whole neighborhood. If City Council is honest with the public, let's see City Council put its votes where its mouth is. The third guiding principle is to preserve community character. When describing this guiding principle, staff have used the term its historically rural and agricultural character and contribution toward the community's coal mining history. Yet, at the same council meeting, City Council is going to be gutting the neighborhood of that very history. City Council is unilaterally moving ahead without an open, collaborative, and cooperative interaction with the community. Hang on a minute, I have to stifle a strong choking sensation. Guiding principle number 5 is to improve connectivity. Staff refers to roads. I use the same terminology to improve connectivity, but with the community. Improve that connectivity to the community. Listen to the people of the community. City Council has a responsibility to listen to the community, and that is what the plan is designed for. Could we have the clock stopped until Mr. Greaves wakes up? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're not interested in that. Are you going to be speaking later on the very same subject?
No, I'm talking to the
Because
community
you're
plan.
number 3, somewhere here on the next list.
I'm
Number
talking
3.
about the guiding principles of your community
Okay, well, let's
plan.
not get sarcastic, okay? We've got a long night ahead of us, and if you want to just... Or else, we can call it a night. That's as simple as that.
I beg your pardon?
We can call it a night if we're not going to get the respect and listen to everyone. I'm not trying to listen to you, but I
That
don't
is
really want
exactly-
any attacks on people on council, okay?
When people on council close their eyes and look as if they're sleeping
Okay.
instead of paying attention to the speakers, I find that disrespectful,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead.
Point of order,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. I would move that we receive the delegation because he should not be speaking to any members of council in that type of way, and we should set a standard for other members of the public who are coming up next.
If
So-
city council wants to indicate that, then I would suggest that city council make sure they pay attention to the presentation.
Okay, you got 4 minutes
That's all.
left, so keep her going.
I've asked for the clock to be stopped while
You're
we
not
spoke
going to
on the
get that.
point of
You're
order.
not going to get that, okay? Because you're going to speak again, are you not?
Okay. Principle number 6, ensure a mix of affordable housing. Part of any affordable neighborhood is recreation. And there's not much argument that one of Harewood's most beloved recreation parks with beauty, fishing, and swimming is Colliery Dam. Let's see City Council put its votes where its mouth is. Guiding principle number 8 is to promote a healthy lifestyle. Staff uses the term the Harewood neighborhood supports the continued provision of quality parks and recreational opportunities. If City Council is going to accept this report, then how can you vote on the destruction of the very park in that neighborhood? Guiding principle number 9 is to protect the views and vistas. Hang on, that choking feeling's coming back again. One of the best views is looking across the lakes at Colliery Dam Parks. The views of children fishing and swimming. That's one of the nicest views. That's what community is built on. Guiding principle number 10, preserve and enhance the natural environment and open spaces. Staff uses the phrase, committed, improving its open space and environmental quality through expansion and connectivity of its parks and trails. I don't see the phrase deconstruction anywhere in the plan. Guiding principle number 11, providing quality meeting places. Staff uses the phrase, meeting places are identified as both indoor and outdoor. And I can vouch for the Colliery Dam Parks, it has been a great place to meet people. I've been doing it most Sundays lately. Guiding principle number 12 is to ensure a safe community. Great importance on crime prevention. Criminalizing the park bylaw goes directly against that principle. It goes on to say intensified efforts to create a safer community through neighborhood involvement. But City Council doesn't seem to listen to the community when the community talks. City Council is failing miserably when it comes to supporting the guiding principles of your plan. The Harewood Neighborhood Plan fails to address its own inundation maps. The Fearful Five claims public safety, but this plan wants to increase population density in the Westwood inundation area. They want to increase population density in the Nanaimo River inundation area, and they want to increase population density in the Cat Stream inundation areas. Conspiracy theorists may think the Fearful Five have ulterior motives. Why are you promoting increasing population density? As the City of Calgary has clearly demonstrated, development in the plan and inundation areas is careless development. I urge the City to put all flood and inundation areas directly into the neighborhood plan and stop the development in those areas. Stop the increased development. Increased populations, schools included, in the inundation areas should be restricted. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Councillor Cook, did you have a question? Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
No, none. Thanks.
I would move that council receive for information the report pertaining to official community plan amendment bylaw 2013, number 6500.022.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion
And I
carries.
move the bylaw that official community plan amendment bylaw 2013, number 6500.022, to include the Harewood neighborhood plan within the official community plan pass first reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And 2, that official community plan amendment bylaw 2013, number 6500.022, pass second reading.
Second. All those. Councillor Kemp.
Your Worship, can you tell me the time frame and what's next with the plan, just so that people know? There'll be a public hearing coming up.
So now we start the legislative process. So over the summer, now that council's given first reading, we'll be sending it out to all the different agencies, organizations as required by legislation. And following that will be the public hearing. We're looking at early fall for a public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we're dealing with bylaw item 2. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into D, regional context statement, the regional growth strategy, official community plan amendment OCP 00076. The purpose is to describe and propose a revision to the regional context statement, RCS, within the OCP in connection with the regional growth strategy adopted 2011, November 22nd.
I'd move that council receive for information the report pertaining to official community plan amendment bylaw 2013, number 6500.023.
Second. I see no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And that,
bylaw?
the bylaw, that official community plan amendment bylaw 2013, number 6500.023, to include an amended regional context statement within the official community plan bylaw 6500, pass first reading.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And 2, that official community plan amendment bylaw 2013, number 6500.023, pass second reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into the South Downtown Waterfront Initiative, and the purpose is to obtain council support for revisions to the South Downtown Waterfront Initiative terms of reference and committee mandate and objectives. And the staff recommendation, the motions are there. And would you like to move?
Staff's recommendation to adopt the revised Downtown Waterfront Initiative Terms of Reference
And 2.
adopt the revised South Downtown Water Committee mandate and objectives.
Okay, is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. Okay, Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. I wonder if Mr. Jackson, who sits on or is the staff member for the South Downtown Waterfront Committee, if he, in very general terms, could just enlighten us a little bit as to the changes that were requested.
So the South Downtown Waterfront Committee has met 3 times now. And over those 3 meetings, there's been some ice breaking, getting to know each other, and also getting an understanding of the process and what's going to transpire. And as part of that, they've really taken ownership in terms of the terms of reference and also the mandated objectives. Within that, there are a few changes in terms of formatting, updating the language, making sure that we got the correct terminology in places. And one of the more important ones to point out is no longer call it a concept plan, but an initiative. And being an initiative, it sets a different tone. Concept plan, it shows that there's some kind of an outcome, a plan, even though it's non-binding, non-regulatory, still gives that tone. And there wasn't a lot of comfort from some committee members. So the idea was to change it to initiative and take that forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into St. Paul's Anglican Church at 100 Chapel Street. Heritage Facade Grant Application. The purpose is to obtain council approval for a Heritage Facade Grant Application for St. Paul's Anglican Church at 100 Chapel Street. And the staff recommendation is there. If anyone would like to so move. Sorry, Councillor Brennan.
I would move that council approve a $20,000 Heritage Facade Grant for re-roofing St. Paul's Anglican Church at 100 Chapel Street, subject to the conditions specified in the report. And as requested by the Nanaimo Community Heritage Commission, commit $10,000 from the council contingency fund to cover the Heritage Facade Grant Program budget shortfall for this project.
Second.
Really?
Sorry, that was my fault. Do you want it again, John?
Yeah,
Mayor?
maybe, sure.
Your worship. I would move that council approve a $20,000 Heritage Facade Grant for re-roofing St. Paul's Anglican Church at 100 Chapel Street, subject to the conditions specified in the report, and as requested by the Nanaimo Community Heritage Commission, commit $10,000 from the council contingency fund to cover the Heritage Facade Grant Program budget shortfall for this project.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion, Councillor McKay.
Can I please get a backgrounder on the whole Heritage Facade grant process from staff? And for the benefit of the audience.
Councillor, Mr. Swaby, sorry.
Your Worship, it's a program in which commercial buildings, heritage buildings in the downtown can apply through staff for heritage improvements to the facade of the building. In the past, for example, the church in the Old City neighborhood has applied and received $10,000 to replace their windows. Then they applied in subsequent years and received, I think it was $20,000 for work that they were doing to their roof. So these are all usually projects applied to that have heritage value and that have significance in the community as designated by council through the notation of the heritage values.
Okay, I might just add, and then I think you have the city manager has a comment too, but this program I think was started in the very early 80s when we went through revitalization downtown and put the pavers in and so on. So it was probably 82, 83, 84, somewhere in there. And the idea behind it, and the city council of the day wanted to make sure that those people that had heritage buildings but without the means to upgrade them to a better standard than they were in could get a percentage of the funding covered. And at that time, it was the province and the city that jointly put it together. So I think it did work out, and a lot of the buildings on Commercial Street were done at that time. So the program has been around for maybe 30 years, something like that. Mr. Kenny, do you want something?
You covered it, Your Worship.
Sorry. Okay, Councillor Johnstone.
Yes, Your Worship. I wonder if perhaps the chair of the Heritage Commission would, for the purpose of those watching on Channel or Shaw Cable tonight, explain when the roofing was last, the roof was last replaced, and a little bit about the vintage of the building and the heritage.
St. Paul's.
St. Paul's.
Okay, well, the roof is approximately 80 years old, and it's sorely in need of repair. It's rapidly deteriorating, and there is the potential for significant water leakage and damage to the building itself. This property has not received heritage funding, facade grant funding in the past, and although they did receive some funding under the provincial program of $4,100. As noted, the particular objective of this program is the rehab and enhancement of heritage buildings located in the city's downtown core. And this building, in the view of the Commission, is one of the most important heritage buildings that we have downtown. There's several conditions that have to be met prior to the funding being turned over. Most significantly is it has to be fully completed prior to payment. They have to agree to register a heritage conservation covenant on the property. And the work is subject to inspection, and if it doesn't meet our guidelines, then it could be rescinded. And I think what's particularly important here is the reason that the Commission is asking for $10,000 from the contingency fund of council is because we have $20,000 in the budget, and we granted $10,000 to the Free Press building not too long ago. And that was a council decision to do that. The Heritage Commission had actually recommended a $5,000 grant. That was based on their assessment of the heritage value of the building. That means that we only have $10,000 left in the budget. We would have had 15 had council followed the recommendation of the committee. The reason that council changed the recommendation of the committee was on appeal from the developer. The developer came in and made a plea to council, and council, in my view, made the right decision, but perhaps the wrong program, because there wasn't, in the Commission's view, $10,000 worth of heritage value in that property. I think what we did was made a decision based on a desire to contribute towards downtown revitalization. Perhaps we should look at a budget there. But that left us short for this particular project, which has, as I've said repeatedly, in the opinion of the Commission, significant value to the city. And that's why I would really urge us to take $10,000 out of our contingency fund, put it together with the Commission's budget, and fund this really worthwhile program, because it is a significant building for us in the downtown.
You know, I might just add that a very well-known citizen and highly respected resident of Nanaimo for many years, Muriel McKay Ross, passed away very early this year, and she was certainly missed at Canada Day, where she's always had a very active role to play. And she was 90 when she passed, and to put it in perspective, she was christened at St. Paul's Anglican Church when she was a very young child. So the history of the church in Nanaimo goes back a long ways. Councillor Paget, did you have something you wanted to go ahead?
Just a question to staff, if I may. How much money goes annually into the council contingency, and how much is left for this year?
It's usually, I don't see Brian here, so I'm going to answer, and he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but there's usually in the range of $100,000 in contingency each year, and there's about $65,000 unspent at this point in this year.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We're moving into disposition of 100 Gordon Street for Conference Centre Hotel. The purpose is to obtain council approval in principle to dispose of city-owned land at 100 Gordon Street for the development of a Conference Centre Hotel to SS Manho International Tourism Group Canada Corporation, or Company Limited rather, for $565,000. We do have a delegation here. Ms. Pam Agnew. Ms. Agnew?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Pam Agnew, 6529 Groveland Drive. I first want to say heartiest congratulations to Council and to all the busy bees at NEDC, the Chamber of Commerce, and everybody else who helped bring this project to fruition. I think it's a tremendous accolade for the city. I'm all pro-development. I think the more development we have, the more people from around the world who recognize that we live in one of the most beautiful cities with the most upside potential in the world is a good thing for all of us. So to all the agents and to the owners behind SSS Manhauer Tourism International, congratulations for discovering what we all know about our great city. And I wish them and everyone every success, and look forward to the groundbreaking and seeing this magnificent hotel go forward. My issue tonight really is to understand that that success stands alone as a hotel. I think we're under a misconception at best, at worst, perhaps deception, that it is a conference center hotel. It's not. I think we all went into it hoping, certainly the ads that I saw placed in international publications, particularly in the Asian markets, spoke quite clearly, third point from the bottom, saying that the city's hope was to see a jointly managed conference center as part of that hotel. And we don't have that. And I think it's important that we recognize that simply parceling off the management of this beautiful center to a hotel group that really doesn't want it doesn't really set the standard for our city. When we're 3.5 million in the hole every year sustaining this building, when we have the skills, the talent, the passion in the city from the Chamber of Commerce, the NEDC, independent companies. We just haven't had the facilitation to bring those minds together, whether it's as a cooperative. I mean, I look at the outstanding work that the Coastal Community Credit Union does, along with the other credit unions, in facilitating cooperative management. I see what we can achieve in other industries in the hotel and tourism sectors in other parts of the world, of bringing people to the table and facilitating cost-effective cost sharing, joint management, looking at solutions. And I haven't seen that happen yet, and perhaps it has, but I haven't seen it. And I would really encourage Council and all the people that have managed to bring this project this far to start looking at how we really find sustainable solutions for this conference centre that not only benefits the SSS Manhau, but specifically benefits our whole community and all our hotels. I think there are wonderful economies of scale that we can look at through shared services, through shared management, catering, cleaning. I mean, you name it, we've got it. We need to start brainstorming that so this becomes a solution that's sustainable and we're not just passing or offloading a cost centre to a group that frankly doesn't have any experience in the management of a centre and has expressed through their lawyer at a previous meeting that that really wasn't what they were into, but yeah, they'd look at it. I think we owe it to them and to everybody else that we re-look at that element of it. And the only other concern I really have about the current deal is the parking. Notwithstanding the excellent presentation that Ian Gartshaw just did, we're not there yet for downtown tourism. If we look at hotels anywhere in the world and any tourism, every development specifies a minimum requirement of parking spaces based on a formula per room to work out what kind of parking is needed. My concern is short-term, we might be shortchanging ourselves. Because if we're looking at the conference centre in terms of a standalone and the hotel as a standalone, we can't necessarily share those parking spaces. And tourists who come to the city, other than for a hotel that's going to be bringing in predominantly Chinese tourists by bus, still come to our city by road or via ferries or planes who then hire cars. They need to park. Staff in a hotel of that size, they work shifts 24 hours. They need transport. We don't have 24-hour public transit. They're going to need car parking spaces. As it is, the city has an arrangement where if we have snow days, people can park for free on the second level so that we can actually get the roads cleared of snow. There are all these just questions that I have that have we really thought through what the long-term sustainable benefits are, and if the formula for this hotel should change in 5 or 10 years and no longer be the bust-in tourist, where we're going to be sitting with parking spaces. And the other side to that is if we block off the 190 parking spaces, are we ever going to get to the scenario where we have people driving around, which we already do on peak high days in Nanaimo, battling to find parking spaces, and we have a bunch just standing empty? So I'm not clear on how we're going to manage that.
Okay, well, if I can, just to interrupt for a second, I think it's important to note that there will be an agreement between the city and the developer to access spaces in the parkade on the very same formula the Coast Bastion has. So they'll be paid for them. They're not supplied free, and they will be contributing for each space they rent. So that's underway. As far as the arrangement goes for the conference center itself, the company has asked us, the developer has asked us if we would give them first refusal so they can negotiate a possible arrangement with the present operators of the conference center, or perhaps go on their own. But previous offers we have received made it a condition where we had to give them the conference center. This particular consortia has not made that demand, instead choosing to themselves negotiate with the operators of the conference center. So in many ways it's a good fit, and they're coming with a very good attitude, a very good approach, and I think it's going to work. Sure, there'll be some challenges we're going to have to go through, but by and large they've got a very, very good vision of what they want to achieve here. By the fact that you mentioned that they're going to be bringing many thousands of tourists, I think they've quoted a figure upwards of 70,000 a year to Nanaimo. The feature there, a lot of them won't need car spaces. You're absolutely right. Currently, a number of spaces are rented out to the casino. That arrangement probably will come to an end, and now we'll make sure that the hotel and the conference center gets the bulk of the spaces. So, you know, it's very early in the stage, but I know all the sides in it seem to be in agreement, and they see a vision which we support, and we're pretty excited. I think it's going to be something that it was one of these overnight successes that took 7 years. So.
And I appreciate that. And as I say, I just want to make sure that we manage for the downside. And make sure that we maximize the upside and the potential, but that we don't find ourselves sitting with a model that changes and we go, why didn't we spend the extra time doing what everybody else does when a hotel gets built and ensure additional parking spaces, for example?
Well, if I can, you mentioned several times about NEDC, and the President CEO, Sasha Angus, I think, is here tonight with us. And Sasha really was the lead that brought this all together. So I can tell you that NEDC, and under Sasha's guidance, has had an integral part and a very hands-on benefit to this all happening. So NEDC are going to be looking very closely at how this unfolds, and I know the Chamber is supportive of this, and I think there's a number of supporters in the audience today that are here simply to say we want to see the hotel here, and so we're going to make it to be a success.
And I'm for that. I'm just wanting to make sure that while we have that success, we turn this into success, so we don't have taxpayers footing a $3.5 million annual shortfall, and that we can turn that into a positive and generate additional cash for all our tourism operators and all our hotels.
That's what we're planning. We're hoping, at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Brennan, do you want something? Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, just for the purposes of clarification, I think it might have been confusing, and I know we deal with this all the time, and so sometimes we say things that maybe others don't understand in the same way that we mean it to be understood. And so I just noticed that you had said that the last hotel proposal wanted us to give them the conference center. I just wanted to make it clear that it wasn't to give them the conference center, it was to negotiate an agreement to manage the conference center, right?
Right, but the point was they all wanted some kind of assurance that they would be able to operate the conference center.
I just want to make it clear, because I know there was some reports that the previous agreement would have given the conference center, like holus bolus given the conference center, and that wasn't the case.
Okay. So I think we have now got a mover and seconder on it. We have not. So if somebody would like to move the step.
Council approve in principle the disposition of 100 Gordon Street to SSS Manhow International Tourism Group Canada, LTD, and direct staff to publish a notice of disposition as required under Section 26 and 94 of the Community Charter.
Second it. Okay. Discussion. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. I think it would be appropriate to, at this point, ask staff to maybe give a bit of a general description as to the covenants that are involved here, and particularly those on page 72 of the staff report. And while Ms. Agnew brought it up, I also think it would be appropriate for someone on staff to explain the right of first negotiations where it comes to the VICC. I need to make sure that everybody is on the same page on that, please.
Ms. Kenny?
Your Worship, the right of first negotiation is just that the city would agree that should the arrangement with the current operator, when it ends, that it would agree that it will talk to SSS Manhow first. Not necessarily agree, but certainly have a discussion with them to see if there is a basis for agreement. So that's what that means. And
the other point you had?
And Your Worship, just on that, there are a number of timelines that go with this agreement. There's some things that have to be done within 30 days, and there's some things that have to be done within 90 days, and some, I believe, within 150 days. It's a bit like any other real estate transaction in that there's some subject tos, if you will, so that just like when you buy a house, it's often subject to financing. In this case, they're subject to a number of due diligence steps so that the developer and the city will work on clearing those steps over the next 150 days. And if they are cleared, then the transaction will proceed, and they will have a certain length of time in which to get in the ground and build the hotel or start the hotel. And if they don't do that, the city will have the right to reacquire the property at the original price.
Just one short follow-up.
Okay.
Could Mr. Canning also explain the status of the walkway that is to be constructed between the proposed hotel and the VICC, please?
Yes, Your Worship. The developer has agreed to build the walkway right through from Piper Park through the hotel to the conference center. In exchange for that, this is where the city agreed to provide the developer with the right of first negotiation to do with the future operations. So that indicated that they would like to see ultimately an agreement where they do operate the hotel. But at this point, the only commitment we've made is that we would indeed talk to them first. But they will be building the walkway as part of their purchase.
I just might add that, to put it in perspective, the previous developer that we had extensive discussions with had a view to build a hotel of 33 stories, I believe it was. And this particular development now that SSS Manho International is looking at now is 17 floors. It's almost half the size. And yet they're going to have 200 rooms in there, and it's going to be the minimum standard. It will be a 4-diamond rating, so it'll be a first-class hotel, and I think it's something that Nanaimo can be proud of. And I just want to thank everyone who has been so heavily involved, and certainly NEDC and the Chamber and others over all these years trying to see this happen. And it looks like it's not there yet, but getting closer week by week by week, and I'm pretty excited about it. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into... Yep.
I just have a question.
Oh, okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to the first right of refusal, I think it's important for Ms. Agnew, especially, who has had some concerns that Adlific, the current managers of the VICC, still have 4 years remaining on a 5-year contract to manage the facility. So, thank you.
Okay, now it's been moved and seconded.
Your Worship, there's a motion on the floor. We just need to vote.
Yes.
No.
Wait. Councillor Kidd.
Yeah. Your Worship, the hotel deal for me is an interesting one. I'm happy that we're selling the property now. I do have a concern. I did originally with the 10-year subsidy for taxation, and that's a concern for me because there's other businesses in Nanaimo, but that's a motion of council, so we're moving forward on that. One of my concerns with the previous negotiations we talked about was the subsidy value for this convention center. And I believe that's one of the concerns that I think Mrs. Agnew was talking about, that if in fact they take over, there is a payment on the mortgage and an operational cost that's involved in the management of the VICC. I think that's one of the concerns of the public, in my view, is that we don't know what that subsidy will be over the length of a term. So that's still quite open-ended. It's a concern for me. The number of rooms and the type of rooms and the taxation value, if they're sold rooms and there's somewhat of a strata in each individual place, I'm not certain our bylaw for taxation allows for that. I think it was an individual tax property. We have to keep that in mind too. And for me, it's again, is this going to make our convention center 140 rooms? Will it make our convention center? And I think it would do a better job, but I think it might just take from what's happening in our community.
Yeah, the actual number of rooms is higher than that.
They were talking 170, I think, or something. A certain blocking for it. So I still have a bit of a concern for it, but I'm glad the fact that we're selling the property and not giving it away. So thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Kipp opposed? Are you? Sorry? I'm in favor. In favor, I'm sorry. Councillor Kipp opposed. Balance council in favor. The motion passes. We're moving into liquor license application LA 90, permanent change to a liquor license. Royal Canadian Legion, Mount Benson, Branch 256. The purpose is to obtain council approval for a structural change to an existing licensed establishment at 1630 East Wellington Road. for an outdoor licensed patio. And why don't we just take 2 minutes while... Yeah, we do have two. We're just going to wait 1 second, gentlemen, until the crowd disappears here, and we'll...
Which?
I use them. Okay, gentlemen, welcome. Sorry, we just thought it'd be easier and a little less noisy for you because we wanted you to have everyone paying attention to you. So,
good evening, Your Worship, and all council, city council members. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Darwin Henry, President of 256 Legion, 1630 East Wellington. I'd like to also introduce our service officer, Robert Chow, also part of our Legion, I believe. But anyway, what we have not done a presentation, but making some inquiries in the neighborhood. We have basically an outdoor patio that we have built. It's cedar fencing, around 500 and some square feet, several picnic tables. We are now applying to the Liquor Commission so that we can add that on to our area, which is licensed for alcohol. Basically, we'd like to use it for November 11th, Remembrance Day, Canada Day, functions like that for barbecuing. If somebody would like a glass of wine or a beer, they could actually walk out that door and sit in the fresh air. It'd be a non-smoking area because of the fire marshal requests. It's just that our building is one of the many of the Royal Canadian Legion that does not have an outdoor facility, and a lot of us like to be out there in the fresh air. So that's our proposal. We understand, talking to the principal at the Quarterway School, there was only possibly one objection that did not support the application. We don't know exactly what the issue is.
If I may, I think the issue was that they were under the understanding that this patio that you were building would be facing the school, but in fact it's on the opposite side of the building, I believe.
Correct. The school is actually in the very, very front of the building. Our little location is in the back of the building. Yeah. Our hours are basically 6, maybe to 9, 9:30, 10 at the very, very latest. Be very, very minimum. There will not be any noise out there. It'll be, mostly elderly people that maybe sit out there, whatever the case is. So there will not be any deterrent to the school and the location. The principal is quite comfortable with it, but somebody in one of the condos or one of the areas did have some concern because of the location. So.
And I understand the RCMP were supportive of it. The only concern they had, and they suggested that you would be aware of it anyway, is the need for noise abatement and control in case you get a sing-song going. I didn't want Mr. Chow really wailing away on a song at 2 in the morning. So, but other than noise abatement, they didn't have any other issues.
No, we can guarantee that will not happen. It will be controlled, and like you say, that is one of the Legions in Nanaimo that really is not a heavy drinking establishment type thing, where they maybe have a few beer during the afternoons or whatever. Ours are more rentals. If there's ever a problem, it's more from a concert or a dance or birthday party, that type thing that we have to control, and we actually do our own security. So,
okay, thank you, Mr. Henry.
Just a couple of. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Just to add to President Dar's thing, we're not, for the information of the audience and the Mayor and Council, we're not actually adding to the physical. We're not increasing the physical capabilities of our lounge. We're not. What it is out our just where we have a back fire exit. We've decided to make that into a patio, and it's complied with all the building regulations and fire marshal regulations, and so it's not an extension of our lounge, and it will be fully monitored, and parking won't be a problem. So the only issue we had is that we appreciate the council's approval, initial approval of our plan, but we've got it second-hand or third-hand that there's someone in the back area of our lounge. I don't know if you're familiar with our location. There's a new condominium been up there in the last year, and we don't know whether people have made complaints or so. But there's no actual physical exchange of our changing of our actual lounge. It's just an outdoor patio, which we'll be doing barbecuing, and it'll be fully monitored.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. I see no questions. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that council recommend the Liquor Control and Licensing Branch approve the application for a structural change to an existing licensed establishment at 1630 East Wellington Road.
Moved and seconded. No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And moving into development variance permit DVP 212 at 4900 Wellington. The purpose is to obtain council authorization to vary the provisions of a zoning bylaw 2011 number 4500 in order to vary the community corridor COR 3 zone condition of use to recognize 2 existing individual retail uses greater than 500 square meters. And the staff recommendation is the motion that council direct staff to proceed with the required statutory notification for development variance permit DBP 212 at 4900 Wellington Road. And I think this is something that's probably best described as a housekeeping entry to cover 2 existing buildings that were impaired by bylaw 4500. Councillor Anderson.
I'm moving the recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion. I see none. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Property Maintenance Bylaw 1990, number 3704. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to property maintenance for 550 Brecken Road. Staff recommendation, the motion that...
I move that council, pursuant to Property Maintenance Bylaw 1990, number 3704, direct the owners of 550 Brecken Road to remove the blackberry bushes from the premises within 14 days, or the work will be done by the city or its agents at the owner's cost.
You're going to second that, are you? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, unresolved building deficiencies, notice untitled, section 5.7. It's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to unresolved building deficiencies for the property listed below.
I'd move that council instruct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice respecting 520 Wakasai Avenue at the Land, Title and Survey Authority of British Columbia under section 57 of the Community Charter.
Okay, is there anyone in attendance? And we should have asked before you jumped on the last one too. I don't know that there's anyone here that wants to speak to issues regarding 550 Brecken Road or 520 Wakasai Avenue. And seeing none, if you would like to move.
The recommendation.
Okay, and you're going to second it? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Rezoning application RA 311 at 141 Westwood Road. The purpose is to describe the proposed changes to bylaw number 4500.042, which was given first and second reading by council at its meeting on 2013 June 24th. The previous version of the amendment bylaw contained an error in which the text of the bylaw and the location plan map.
I'd move that council receive for information the report and consider giving second reading as amended to the zoning bylaw 2013 number 4500.042 to revise the location plan to include the proposed road closure area and correct the proposed zone change within the zoning amendment bylaw.
Are you going to second that? Okay. I see no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And the bylaw, I'd move that council rescind zoning amendment bylaw 2013 number 4500.042 to amend the City of Nanaimo zoning bylaw 2011 number 4500.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And 2, that zoning amendment bylaw 2013 number 4500.042 pass second reading as amended.
Seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Corporate Services, 9A, Regional District of Nanaimo Pump and Haul Local Service Amendment Bylaw number 975.59, 2013. The purpose is to obtain council's consent to the adoption of Regional District of Nanaimo Pump and Haul Local Service Amendment Bylaw number 975.59, 2013. Did you want to move that?
Council waive the I'd move that council waive the consent requirements under section 801.4 of the Local Government Act by consenting to the adoption of the Regional District of Nanaimo Pump and Haul Local Service Amendment Bylaw number 975.59, 2013, and that the Regional District be notified accordingly.
Don't ask him to repeat it. Okay, it's been, did you second that just then at the same time? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the community services on 10, the 10A, subdivision control bylaw 1989, number 3260, proposed amendments to Schedule A, Manual of Engineering Standards and Specifications. The purpose is to introduce subdivision control amendment bylaw 2013, number 3260.02.
I'd move that Council receive for information the report pertaining to subdivision control amendment bylaw 2013, number 3260.02.
Second? Oh, second. Okay. I see no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And the bylaw, that Council, that subdivision control amendment bylaw 2013, number 3260.02, to amend the subdivision control bylaw 1989, number 3260, pass first reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
2, that subdivision control amendment bylaw 2013, number 3260.02, pass second reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion
And
carries.
3, that subdivision control amendment bylaw 2013, number 3260.02, pass third reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Knowles Estate Reserve Fund bylaw amendment and request from Southside Minor Football Association for funds. The purpose is to obtain council approval of proposed amendments. Sorry? Use these in? Proposed amendments to the Knowles Estate Reserve Fund establishing an amendment bylaw 2013, number 705601. Councillor Reese, did you move that? Oh, he's not here. So who wants to move that?
I'd like to move
Oh,
that,
fine.
Council approve the allocation of $100,000 of the Knowles Estate
the
for
commission
improvements to Knowles Park, right? And to establish a Knowles Estate statutory reserve fund with the remainder of the Knowles Estate, approximately $400,000, with the accumulated interest each year to be directed to park and youth. Well,
I'm not sure where you
Your
are.
Worship,
Yeah.
the motion
okay.
would be to
Yeah,
deal with
she's
the bylaw. Thank you.
Flipping through the...
Okay. Sorry.
To obtain council approval.
Go ahead, George.
See now, Councillor Anderson, please, go
For
ahead.
information, the report pertaining to Knowles Estate Reserve Fund establishing amendment bylaw 2013, number 7056.01.
Okay.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
I just wanted to make a comment.
Yes.
I just wanted to say 'cause I'm in favor of this recommendation as it's providing funds to the Minor Football Association. The program really does a lot of benefit to the people in Harewood who have gone through that program. I'm a former alumni of the John Barsby football program, and I know it's benefited a lot of people, so I'm absolutely in favor of the Commission's recommendation.
Question on the motion. So, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And the bylaw?
Please, go ahead.
The State Reserve Fund establishing amendment bylaw 2013, number 7056.01, to amend the Knowles Estate Reserve Fund establishing bylaw pass first reading.
Second motion.
Second motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And that 2, that Knowles Estate Reserve Fund establishing amendment bylaw 2013, number 7056.01, pass second reading.
Second motion.
Motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And 3, that Knowles Estate Reserve Fund establishing amendment bylaw 2013, number 7056.01, pass third reading.
Second motion.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And we move into now item C, the Colliery Dam projects update. Purpose is to provide council with updated information about the Colliery Dams project as background to the report council will be reviewing regarding the tender award for dam removal. And the staff recommendation is that the motion that council receive the report regarding the the Colliery Dams project update for report for information. And we're going into C1, removal of Colliery Dam tender. Sorry?
We need to move this, or does this not matter? Receive. Have to move the staff recommendation first, or is this a separate thing for the tender?
The recommendation was just a receipt motion. A receipt motion isn't necessary, but it's part of our process.
Okay.
Would you like to do that?
I move that we receive the report regarding to the Colliery Dams project update report for information.
Would you like to second that? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Then we're going into the removal of Colliery Dam tender, purpose to obtain council authorization to award the tender, and we've got a number of delegations. I think one withdrew, Ms. Irvine, so we have 56. A motion was made earlier requesting that Chief Douglas White III, Clauselton, be moved forward in respect so that he could speak first on it. And Chief White, I just want to say that, you know, it will be several weeks before we can get this process actually underway, and I'm hoping that during that time, Chief, we can have some more opportunities to get together. Yes, to the microphone, please. I'm sorry. And discuss this in further detail as the weeks progress here. Chief White?
Thank you. Siam na siaya. Ain't the Pekwalasalton Tanis the Nemo. Ait na Squalawun Quanis Ihi, Hait Sepka Siam Estimo. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and it's a pleasure to be here and stand here today. I know it's unusual for me to request to take some time to be in front of Council in this way. The normal pattern of relations between Snuneymuxw and the city has been through our Protocol Advisory Working Group. But given there's a couple of reasons why I want to be here and speak tonight. I'll take a moment. The first one has to do with a historical moment in the progression of our advocacy for treaty rights. And then secondly, I did want to talk about the Colliery Dam issue. So first and foremost, I wanted to recognize that today, July 8th, 2013, is the 50th anniversary of a remarkable moment in Canadian history in relation to the Snuneymuxw people standing up to advocate for their treaty rights. July 7th, 1963, Clifford White and David Bobb and Leonard White and Jai Thomas were out hunting. They shot 6 deer, and they were charged for hunting deer out of season on that day by Franklin Greenfield and brought in front of Magistrate Beaver Potts 50 years ago today. So down the street from us in the Magistrates Court, they did something remarkable. They stood up and they talked about and put forward a different conception of law and history based on our oral traditions and the teachings that have been passed down to them about a different pattern of relation that should be in place. That rather than the Snuneymuxw people and our way of life being seen to be criminalized under provincial law, that quite the opposite, there's an existing treaty relationship between the Snuneymuxw and the Crown that must mean something today and must be respected by the Crown in the way that it behaves in its relations with us. It was a remarkable moment in itself, but also it led to, it provides the foundation for the unfolding of the modern era of Aboriginal law in Canada over the past 50 years. So by 1965, there was a Supreme Court of Canada decision that recognized that the Snuneymuxw people do in fact have a treaty, that treaty means something today and that the courts will enforce it, and that what it means in the facts of that particular case is that the provincial government and the Provincial Game Act specifically can't apply to interfere with the treaty rights of the Snuneymuxw. There's been many cases over the past 50 years that have built upon that decision, both in treaty rights and Aboriginal title law, including cases like the Saanich Bay Marina case where the court struck down a provincially granted license of occupation to a marina company that wanted to build a breakwater and a marina on top of its Sayo fishery. So remarkable history, and I wanted to make sure that I took a moment to share that with everyone, that half a century has passed. It's a moment that we honor and respect, and I wanted to make sure that this day didn't go by without us marking it in an important way. And so that leads us to today, where it's now July 8, 2013. My grandfather was the chief at the time 50 years ago, and now I'm the chief of the Snuneymuxw. And we continue to be concerned about similar issues. I continue to stand in the same place as all of my ancestors have before me, which is to make sure that I stand up to defend the important values and the cherished values and the rights of the Snuneymuxw people. A critical component of that is our fishery. And this is where we're engaged on the Colliery Dams issue. And I want to acknowledge the complexity of this issue. It's not been straightforward. It's not been a simple situation. We recognize that there's some level of risk that's been identified by everyone involved that there's something needs to be done to mitigate that issue. And we had been on a pattern and a relationship over the past number of months, starting from last fall through to May, where we were seeking to look and to investigate and to try and figure out what's possible. That unfortunately, the decision of May 13th, I believe it was, of your council went off in a different direction entirely, where there was a decision made to tear down the dams, at some point in the future to rebuild the dams and to include some kind of a hydro component. This is not something that had been discussed at the Protocol Advisory Working Group or in any of the meetings between us. And that's problematic because this is an issue that the Snuneymuxw's involved in. This is an issue that the provincial government's involved in. This is an issue that the federal government and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is involved in. This is an issue that the citizens of Nanaimo are involved in, along with the city as well. And so this is obviously a complicated issue, and I commend the council for the work that's been going on in relation to this critical issue of interest to all of the different governments and peoples that I've just mentioned. What we need to do, what I've been proposing to the city, is based on the information that my staff has developed and put forward to me, we do believe that there's time right now to be taken, that we have time in front of us to be able to repair and get ourselves back onto a pathway of partnership and mutuality and recognition and respect. That if we can take the next 30 days of time to take a hard look, and that if at what is going to be required and what's the motion that was made on May 13th, the desire and the view of many of the people in the city is that what at the end of the day we want is dams and lakes, then what we require is to go through a process of taking a look at the options that are in front of us to make sure that the option that we're going with balances all of the different values and is in itself is respectful of the treaty rights of the Snuneymuxw. I can't imagine a process or a decision or a path that is potentially more risky to the fisheries than entirely tearing down dams, potentially rebuilding dams, and putting a hydro facility into the plant. That's something that requires discussion. We've had a number of talks about it, Mr. Mayor. I've had a number of talks with all of you over the course of the past number of months about this issue. And it's something that I really want to, so I'm here on behalf of the Snuneymuxw people to say that we believe there is time. That's what we understand from DFO. We understand that the province is willing to take that time, to take some period of time to review what the options are. And another important, so there's time. I think it's important for us to really clearly understand what the province has said about the likelihood of dams being rebuilt. The minister and his staff made it quite clear that as far as they know, there's never been recreational dams approved by the provincial government, certainly not in the last 10 years. And so the likelihood of dams being rebuilt is extremely low. And so we need to be very clear about what it is that we expect to be taking place from this point forward. And I think that if we take the time to have a discussion, to engage, all of the other parties, my understanding is, are willing to sit down and talk and to work through what the options are and to come up with a plan and approach. And so this is where we're at today, and I really request and implore everyone, the mayor and council, staff, to understand that this isn't just an issue that touches upon the Chase River, which is very important to the Snuneymuxw people, and the issue of the colliery dams. I was very troubled this morning to see, on my way to work this morning, I stopped and had to talk to someone that was mucking about in the Chase River, and were gathering up salmon fry and taking them out of the river and putting them into a bucket. And I asked him what he was up to, and he shared with me that he was there as a contractor from the city and doing work in relation to, part of this was a retention plan to take salmon fry out of the Chase River and put them up into VIU over the course of the next number of months or period of time, I'm not sure how long, with the thought that serious damage might be done to the river and that we need to have some kind of protected stock of fish. This is something that was not discussed with the Snuneymuxw people. It was not discussed it was not something that was approved by my staff, I verified today. Certainly wasn't something that was approved by me. And it reflects a troubling and concerning reality that instead of converging in partnership, we're diverging, and we're creating far too many opportunities for serious conflict because As I've been explaining for a couple of years now, the mandate that I have is clear, is to make sure that I stand up and advocate in the way that Clifford White did 50 years ago today, to talk about the importance of the relationship between us. And always the relationship between the Snuneymuxw and the city is going to be critical and important to all of us. We've talked about that time and time again, including just recently at the regional district the other night, where I talked about how working together we can create a far better society, a far stronger fabric in our community than otherwise. And the Snuneymuxw people are standing here and imploring you to be on that pathway with us. We believe there's time, and we believe that the city needs to be clear about the reality of the future, that the rebuilding of dams is seriously unlikely. And so we need to talk about what the options are. If what's wanted and requested, or the motions of the City Council for May 13 are that there's to be dams and lakes on the Chase River, then we better make sure that we take the time, and we believe we can do that in conjunction with the citizens, in conjunction with DFO, in conjunction with the province and the Snuneymuxw and the city, working together and discussing together over a short, concentrated period of time, review the options and come up with a pathway of mutuality and respect. And so I wanted to make sure I took the time to come here tonight to ask and to hear from you if we're going to be able to be in a position of city responding to what I've been trying to propose, and if we're going to have the opportunity to have that discussion that we believe is required and we really request. So I would like to hear from Mayor and Council on that issue. Are we going to take the time or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief. Did you have a question now? Is there a question for the Chief or staff? Chief, have you got a second?
Thank you, Chief Quillaston, very much. I have heard different dates for the fisheries windows from several quarters. What is yours?
We understand that the fisheries windows, and this is an important point to keep in mind. Fisheries always matter to the Snuneymuxw. The fisheries window that DFO describes is, we understand to be guidelines, something that's not necessarily enforced, and that we understand that the application that the city put forward to the province already and to DFO specifically reflects the fact that the city expects to be doing work outside the boundaries of the fisheries guideline windows, the dates. Now, here's the thing. We understand from DFO that there's flexibility and that they don't necessarily enforce this and that it's guidelines. What I'm saying to you, as the leader of the Snuneymuxw, who has a responsibility and a relationship with the fisheries of our territory, that we can't take this fisheries window, like we can't take a decision that came out of nowhere on May 13th and put us in a jam in relation to a summer fisheries window to be the reason to say, well, the outcome of the necessity to work within this fisheries window is that we must tear the dams down. There's no other possible pathway we can be on, because if we miss this fisheries window, then we're going to damage the fisheries. Using that as an excuse to justify being on a pathway that is potentially the most destructive pathway to the fisheries itself. Going from tearing down to rebuilding to hydro facilities. We understand from your staff that there isn't even a siltation program, mediation or mitigation program in place for the dewatering process. That's a necessary part of tearing the dams down. That there's a lot of work that needs to be considered and looked at. And so what I'm saying to you is that I believe that we have time to look at this issue because of the critical nature of it and the importance of the outcomes of the decision. And we can't take a fisheries window. It's a bit of an absurd logic to say that this fisheries window demands that we take the most destructive pathway towards the fishery. That can't be right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Chief. You and I will talk. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
I would like to, well, I need to, on behalf of the Snuneymuxw, I respectfully wish to know if there's a willingness of council to reconsider the path that you're on and to enter into a respectful pattern again with the Snuneymuxw to talk about the issues we need to talk about in relation to the dams and the Chase River.
Well,
Is there, what would be the, if,
we've got a couple of, Councillor McKay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chief. Do we have the ability to pass a motion to that effect?
Your Worship, the process that council is engaged in has it hearing a number of speakers and then voting on the issue. So to vote on the issue before you hear the speakers would be outside of your normal process.
Well, we're supplemental. We are here tonight to vote on a contract awarding of a tender. What the chief has asked for is something very, very different to that. And do we have the ability to put aside the item on the agenda and put forward a motion to the effect that we recognize the chief's request?
Legally, we can.
Your Worship, council could take that motion if it wished.
Okay. Council, okay.
Your Worship,
okay.
I have a motion.
Okay, well, just wait. There's other speakers, and then we'll come back to you.
Yep.
Councillor Kip.
Well, that was my statement. I think what it would be at this point is to table the motion for the Colliery Dam removal and put in place a process of a public and community partner engagement and put a time frame on it. I guess within the next, complete it within, what, 30 days? We have. I mean, if I can talk about the fishery window of what I know of it, typically, if there's a huge snowfall, a huge snow pillow or snowpack, and then it doesn't melt quickly in the year, that fisheries window can be delayed way into the year because of flooding. Or it can become earlier when the river and the creek is very dry. So it is a very arbitrary thing. So I think we have time. I'm not certain of what floods are going to come over the next little while, but I think what we're being asked to do is to take some time to hold this removal tender for now and meet with the chief and DFO and even dam safety and whoever has to be involved and members of the public. And I think that would be a motion to table this currently, but Councillor McKay has a motion.
We'll come back to him. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, if I may. By letting the tender today, when would the work commence?
We are working on having start the week of July 18th.
July 18th.
Just listen, please.
Your Worship, through you, I'd like to address the Speaker, if I may. Chief Doug, respectfully, Chief White, if you were in our position sitting at this table and was responsible for the safety of the citizens in the floodplain, and that what would your decision be if you knew that you were 100% accountable if you didn't mitigate the risk of the possible breach of the dam? What would you do?
Thank you very much.
Do you want to answer it? You don't need to, Chief.
No, I would like to. I think it's an important question. It's important for you to know that I believe I'm in the same position that you are. And for a number of reasons. First, I'm responsible for the Snuneymuxw. Second, I'm responsible for my own family that lives on Alpine Way within the inundation zone. And finally, at the outset of my comments, I talked about the recognition that there's a risk that needs to be mitigated.
You did.
And we put forward a proposal and an approach that we believe we can take immediate steps to start to lower the risk, to give ourselves time to have the discussion over the next few weeks. There's no, I don't want anyone to think, either on council or in the public of Nanaimo, that Snuneymuxw is not concerned about the risk that's been identified. We believe that we can take the time, and there's an understanding the province has not mandated the tearing down of the dams. What they have said is that the risk associated with those dams has to be mitigated. And we want to know if dewatering or lowering the water levels or in certain ways can be an effective way to give ourselves time to do the necessary work of discussions and dialogue to come to a common pathway and a common decision. And so I find myself in, I think, a very similar position as yourself, that there's a serious public risk that needs to be mitigated and addressed, that it's a complex issue with many different parties that have a say and a role. And I think that the process we've put forward and we've asked for is one that can have a positive outcome. It'll lead towards the strongest outcome for the community and for the region. So that's what I would have to say to your point.
Thank you. And follow up, if I may, Your Worship. We've been told by our own engineers and by 2 engineering firms that to dewater the dams as a mitigation is not feasible. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to sit with our engineers, who I respect a great deal, our city staff, and the consulting firms that we've hired. And the cost is prohibitive. We learned today that 40 pumps would be required, 20 on the upper or on the middle and 20 on the lower, to reduce the level of water in the dams at a great cost to the taxpayers of the city. The sound would be horrible. There would be no wildlife wanting to remain in the area. And we're all about nature and the fisheries and the birds and all of it. Now, no, listen, quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wonder if our engineer would like to speak to this issue.
While I'm not the engineer, I can provide and read from our report and tell you more information about that. So siphoning and pumping was what we did more consideration of. We met with First Nations staff last week. We had our engineers working on that Clone Krippenberger through last week and the weekend. The reason why siphoning and pumping after further evaluation is really not practical, as a pump system would likely require 20 14-inch pumps and a complex of suction and discharge piping for each dam to be working continuously. A system of pump controls, alarms, and supervision would also be required. Because of the number and size of pipes, the discharge system would probably not fit within the spillways, and the routing around the dams would require tree removal. Noise from the generators would be very disruptive to park users, area residents, birds, and animals. There are also environmental implications from the operation and fueling of diesel power for up to 40 pumps in the park. A siphon system was also considered, but is not practical because of the frequent need, many times per day, to prime the siphon pumps. The number of priming pumps, supervision, and complexity of piping needed would exceed that of a pump system and would be less reliable. The discharge of sediment downstream of the dams is a major concern because the pumping operation would result in the continual filling and draining of the lakes over the exposed sediments of the lake bottom. This would also prevent the establishment of vegetation as sediment control. A significant amount of construction material is required to be brought in to prepare the in-lake channels to help prevent sediment mobilization from the river flow towards the pumps. Today, through the weekend and today, the engineers were working on a cost estimate. To do this is $400,000 per dam per month. That information will be available on our website in a few days. So this additional evaluation confirms that siphoning and or pumping is not a practical method for mitigating the risk.
Okay. We've got a couple other ones. Chief, if we could work out 30 days from today, today's the 8th of July, and we worked out a 30-day window from 30 days from today, I'll support that. And if somebody wants to make a motion to that effect, you'll have my support on it. Councillor McKay and then Councillor Kipp.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the things that's come out recently in the last couple of weeks, particularly meetings with the province that the chief and the mayor had last week, two things that really struck home for me was, number one, the province has made it very clear this is the city's responsibility to look after, and we decide what we're going to do here, not them. Number two, they've also made it somewhat clearer of the probability of replacing these dams and some difficulties in issuing licenses. But most important for me is the fact that we have, in my view, disrespected the Snuneymuxw First Nations by not involving them in this process from the beginning. So I have a motion to put forward, and it reads, it satisfies many of the things that we've had discussions on here just now, and it answers the Chief's question, I believe. Whereas, Council has received new information that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans have confirmed that the requirement to perform works at the Colliery Dams can be performed outside the July 15th to September 15th timeframes, and whereas the province has not ordered that the Colliery Dams be removed by a deadline of September 15th, and whereas in an effort to show Council's complete and total respect of the Snuneymuxw First Nations, who have asked for further consultation surrounding the technical aspects and recognition of their Douglas Treaty rights, therefore be it resolved that the City of Nanaimo will seek to conduct further discussions with the Snuneymuxw First Nations, exhausting all possible options and considerations before awarding a contract for the removal of the Colliery Dams.
Second motion. Councillor Kipp?
Yeah, obviously I support the motion and where I stand on it. I do have some grave concerns about our communication, and we're continuing to learn as we go. The fisheries is a hugely important thing to Snuneymuxw and the City of Nanaimo and our people. So I support the motion to give us time to have a collaborative effort. Thank you.
Are you back again?
Yes.
You're both back. Okay, great. Councillor Pat, and then you're back.
Thank you, Worship. It's also my pleasure to support this motion, not only because of great respect for Chief White and the Snuneymuxw First Nations, but I'm also convinced that if we take to 30 days and have this discussion that we should have had with Snuneymuxw after May the 13th, when rebuilding all of a sudden appeared on the scene, can only be good for the community as a whole, can only be good for Snuneymuxw, can only be good for this council, and eventually will be good for all the staff that have been working very hard here as well. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. I didn't hear in the
time frame.
Time frame. I didn't hear the 30 days. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment to that motion, that there be a 30-day time frame of August the 8th, after which time we proceed with it, providing the various permits are approved.
Do you think that will work within the window we've discussed?
Yes.
The Chief, and we were discussing the 30-day window, and that's, I think, what's come up
That's
here.
what this chief asked for, was 30 days.
Okay, any further discussion? Sorry? Yeah.
Your Worship, I didn't see a seconder on that motion.
No, I think there was one. I think it was, yeah, Councillor Patchy did second it. Okay, question on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry? Well, I'm just going to ask a question after this. Do we want to go through all 45 delegations now after we've moved this change? Can't hear you. Yeah, sure. Did you push your button? See, that's the only way I can tell.
Was the friendly amendment accepted by the mover and seconder? Okay.
It was. Okay. So, was there anything? Yeah, we started that before, but you had a question, did you not?
Your Worship, I just wish to clarify that there was a seconder for the motion. That was all.
Okay, and the motion does include that 30-day?
That's my understanding of the motion, Your Worship.
Okay. So, The question again, all those in favor? Opposed? We have Councillor Greaves opposed, balance of council in favor. The motion passes. Thank you, Chief White. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, if I can ask, we've got on the agenda 56 people that still want to speak. Is there much point in having all 56 people in light of the motion that was just passed? Just let me ask the people here. You're just one. You're, what number are you? 46 or something like that? I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Well, we're not doing anything for 30 days. We're not making a decision for 30 days.
Your Worship, perhaps if I could clarify. My mic isn't on. If I could clarify, Your Worship.
Could you just listen, please, for a minute? Go ahead.
If I could clarify, the motion that was put forward by council and passed by council, there was no motion made with respect to the staff recommendation, so it was never made or put on the floor. So the motion that Councillor McKay made was the only motion required in this case. Yeah. So that there's no need because there was no motion put forward to withdraw.
Okay, my question again is that do we have 56 people to still want to, everyone wants to speak? It's your call, but I just wondered, maybe just those that still feel a burning desire could just come forward. Go ahead.
The delegations are cited here in the agenda as that they're speaking regarding the removal of Colliery Dam's tender, and the tender is off the floor, so I don't know what they would be speaking to.
So, Your Worship, I think for an amendment to the agenda, it should be done by council resolution. So I think if council wants to not hear the delegations, you should make a motion and accordingly. So it would be something that council decides, not the audience.
Okay. Go ahead. And then
Given that the tender is no longer at issue on our agenda, I would move that the delegations be tabled or referred to the meeting where the tender will be finally discussed. And that may be 30 days, it may be never, but that's what it should be referred to.
You can use your microphone anytime you're comfortable. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Does everyone on council understand what the motion was?
Can we have it read one more time?
Yep.
I wanted to speak tonight because I wanted to tell the people here what happened to me last night when I visited them.
Okay, well, you're just one. Okay, sit down or you'll see them again. Sit down.
And it seems to me that this city council set that up to try to get somebody to make a mistake there, to get your injunction to cause holy hell in this city.
Just sit down, sir. You're out of order. Would you sit down, please? We're conducting a meeting here. Well, we'll have the RCMP back to visit you again. Now, could you read the motion again?
Your Worship, my understanding. Your Worship,
Just read it out. Stop hesitating.
My understanding of the motion, Your Worship, is that Council move the hearing of the delegations to the meeting where the removal of the Colliery Dam's tender would be considered.
There was a time frame in there.
No. That was
Without that one? Okay. Is that that's the motion? Okay, and did you want something to say? Councillor Brennan, did you have something?
No, it's just that the issue that people signed up for was to speak to the tender.
No, I appreciate that.
So that's just, I wanted to
The
make
tender's
that
off the
clear.
table now.
It's no longer on our agenda.
So, well, anyway, what's the pleasure? Councillor McKay, did you want to have something on that?
Well, did anybody second that?
Okay. Well, anyway, so the motion is whether the speakers still need to be heard from, is that it?
The motion was to postpone hearing the delegations until the tender for the Colliery Dams removal comes forward again.
Okay, so on the motion, all those in, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? We have McKay and Kip opposed, balanced council in favor, so the motion passes. So we'll move on with and the approval of the request for proposal 1418 painting service contract. And the purpose is to obtain council approval to award RFP 1418 to Garco Coating Systems Limited.
Move the recommendation, proposed contract for Garco.
Second motion.
Moved and seconded? Well, where's Councillor Anderson? Is he hiding somewhere? Oh. Okay, well, we've got it. It's moved and seconded, is it not? Is it moved and seconded?
Yes. I second.
Why don't we get... We need... Okay. Do you guys want the motion read again? We need someone with a booming voice to read these things. I think it was made already.
I move the council award request for proposal RFP 1418 to Garco Coating Systems Limited.
Provide painting services, city facilities, and parks.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Moved and second. No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into the item E, the two...
$795 in funding for... There we go.
We're trying to do some business here, folks, please. Thank you.
In funding for the final intake of the 2013 sport tournament grant allocation as follows: $2,500 for the Vancouver Island Exhibition skateboard event, denied based on criteria, $1,000 for the Nanaimo Disc Golf Hub City Hop,
right?
$910 for the Nanaimo Riptide Swim Team Fall Invitational, $1,125 for the Islander Female Hockey Association Tournament, $2,250 for the Mid-Island Velo Association, $760 for the Youth Sticking It Together, $750 for the Young Professionals of Nanaimo Sports Day, and the Nanaimo Amateur Football and Water Ski Wakeboard were denied based on criteria. So altogether for, once again, $6,795.
Okay, moved and seconded. No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into the minutes of the Parks, Recreation and Culture Commission meeting held 2013, May 22nd.
I move that council receive for information the minutes of the Parks, Recreation and Culture Commission meeting held May 22nd, 2013.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Did you want to speak to it, or are you waving around here?
No, I'm just speaking in favor of
Okay,
it.
the bylaws. Anyone else would like to move the bylaws? But
I'd move that zoning bylaw amendment 2013 4500.039 to amend zoning bylaw 4500 to allow medical marijuana growing and production as a permitted use in the industrial I-4 zone be adopted.
Is there a seconder? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And that zoning amendment bylaw 2013 number 4500.040 to rezone the subject properties to Park Recreation and Culture 1 PRC 1 and single dwelling residential R1 in order to subdivide the lower portion of the site and dedicate the remaining as park be adopted.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
That Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Amendment Bylaw 2013 number 7024.02 to amend bylaw number 7024 to remain consistent with current legislation related to the designation and duties of the head and the coordinator be adopted.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
That purchasing power delegation bylaw 2013 number 7175 to provide for the delegation of purchasing powers be adopted.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And I move to receive the correspondence from M. Braidson, Executive Correspondence Officer of the Office of the Prime Minister, letter dated June 21st, 2013.
Okay, second. All those in favor of receiving the correspondence? Moving down to notice of motion others. Is there any other notice of motions or other business? Seeing none, we'll go into the question period on agenda items only.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ilan Goldenblatt, 715 Sterling Avenue. In relation to the hotel, congratulations on, overnight, 7 years coming. But I do have a question that I just want to know, since to this point, the conference center is losing, I thought it was losing $1 million a year. I heard Pam Agnew say $3.5 million a year.
It's a little less than $1 million
okay,
a year.
I thought it was just in the 900 and something thousands.
Yeah.
And I understand that it takes a while to get something like this off the ground. But, I hope that it does get off the ground. To be honest, I was against it when it was the referendum stuff. Now that it's here, I hope that it gets off the ground. But my question to council is, if the hotel gets built and goes and it's great and we get 70,000 Chinese tourists here a year and everything, and the conference center still keeps losing $1 million a year, I'm just wondering at what point do we start considering could or should we do something else with this building?
Well, I think we would, but I think on the positive news we just received tonight, and hopefully it'll move ahead and the construction will take place. I mean, we're talking several years before we're going to know what it's going to be. But surely, I mean, obviously the council today, it'll probably be different people sitting here.
Yeah.
We'll look at it at that point and make a determination if there's something else that should be done or could be done to mitigate the losses. But I would like to look at it.
Yeah, the only reason that I bring it up is because for so long it was like, if we just get the hotel, if we just get the hotel, if we just get the hotel. And I'm just hoping that once we get the hotel and 4 years go by, and again, I hope it succeeds, and we're all sitting here singing hallelujahs. But if we get the hotel, I hope that once we get the hotel, it doesn't change into something else of like, just once we get this other thing and spend these other monies and stuff like that. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Your Worship, just to be clear for all the community, is that the conference center is expected and will likely always lose money. Yes, the hotel should help, but the conference center will always require subsidy, as virtually all conference centers.
Could you confirm the amount of the subsidy right now?
Yeah, you were correct. It's in the range of $900,000, but I suspect the delegation was referring to the cost of servicing the debt as well, which is substantial. I'm not sure about that, but she may be.
Okay. Anyone else that wants to speak to matters related to the agenda items? Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Jeff Solomon. I wanted to ask you, one of the concerns that I have is in terms of some of the numbers that are being put forward. Councilwoman Johnston had mentioned that the cost was $400,000 a month, you were saying, in terms of having the water level lower. Is this the same company that the city has worked with in terms of previously, in terms of the cost estimates? Is that correct? Okay. So this is the same engineering firm okay, and they had said that initially it was going to be the tens of millions of dollars to replace the dams, and then it was about $8.5 million, and rehabbing the dams was going to be $3 million, and then it became 25 million. This is the same. This is Clone, Cripp, and Berger, I guess. Is that correct? I just want to confirm.
Mayor Rattan, that is Clone, Cripp, and Berger, and the cost estimates initially were conceptual level cost estimates. They do include a contingency. These ones are, they were floating around for prices for rentals of pumps and everything.
Okay. There has been some big discrepancies in terms of the costs, and I guess one of the things that I was going to do this tonight, as a delegate, we were concerned about some of these issues, and we were going to say, as a community, we really do wish to see that there's mitigating risks that occur with the park during the course of the winter months, and not to have the park destroyed, as was on the table here tonight. And what we wanted to offer was and I'll get the wording exactly right. Our community is strong, and we wish to see this happen and to have it done properly, and that our group would pay for an engineering design to control the water level of the lakes throughout the winter to mitigate the risks. And this design would be absolutely acceptable to the Dam Safety Branch. We would be very glad to do this. We feel that this is a partnership. This is something that we feel needs to happen, and it would allow the time throughout the course of the winter to mitigate the risks and to have the dams put in place so there would be enough time to allow to work with Shanaimo and to work with the community. It's a partnership of working with the city to make this park and to keep this park as the valuable resource that it is. And so this was something I wanted to ask you if you would consider over the next few days, perhaps, because we would love to have this opportunity, and we would make it right. We wouldn't be working with Clone Crippenberger. We would be choosing another Vancouver Island-based company to do that, but it would be an approved engineering design that would be presented to you within the 30-day time period. So I did want to put that on record, and I hope that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kathy Davis, Nanaimo. Here's a little bit of comic relief. I noticed on the agenda the issue of the blackberry bushes. I've had a complaint into bylaws and City Works or whatever it is for 2.5 years. I live on Pine Street, and I'm constantly having to fight off the blackberries that are right in front of my yard. I'm a renter, but I think, it's got to be dealt with. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
I just have two questions. I'm having a brain freeze on bylaw number 11B, zoning amendment bylaw 2013 number 4500-040 to rezone subject properties to Parks, Rec, Culture, and the R1. Could staff through council just clarify for me which pieces of land? I think I know, but I'm not sure, and I'm just concerned about the R1.
I believe it's one of the school district swap properties, but we'll have to confirm that.
Is it Oliver Woods? No.
Your Worship, we'll look it up and we'll provide the speaker with the address, but it's not Oliver Woods. That's not on yet.
Okay, and it's not Pioneer Forest?
No.
Okay. My second question is, and it's related to the issue of the drawdown. I wasn't around in the 80s, but I believe there was substantial drawdown and even draining of one or both lakes at that time. Do we not have experience on how we siphoned then and drew down? Because I'm sure it wouldn't have been at the kind of cost that we're hearing now.
Mayor Rattan, I could comment on that. The drawdown that is done is during the summer. That's what we're planning to do, the work in the dam removal, if that was passed, because there are almost no flow in the summertime, and you need to have that work done while there is no flow or no rains.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Melody Wilton, and I have a question after your discussion with the Chief Douglas White III. Now that you have a 30-day period in which you're going to meet and discuss things, are you going to quit removing fish and bats and animals and amphibians and other things from the Colliery Downs area?
What's happened just happened moments ago, so we'll have to discuss that and see. Mr. Kenny, do you have a comment on that?
the contractor that would be hired to do the dam demolition would actually do the removal of fishery and wildlife from the reservoirs. The work that
Excuse me, but the chief did say he stopped
Excuse me,
someone
madam.
today.
We're hearing an answer. You asked a question.
I did ask a question, but what he's
the work
answering
that the
isn't.
chief was speaking about was a different contract, and that was let to salvage some of the fish from the lower part of the river to ensure that they are safe in the event that there is siltation. In the unlikely event, we hope, but it's a precautionary measure that has been taken to ensure that there is fish sustained in the river.
Mr. Kenny, if I could follow up on that. The other work that we're doing in there is really to take an inventory for bats and other birds and fish before we get a permit to would be doing the salvage. So they wanted us to do an inventory, and you need to do that capturing and release for the bats in the evening.
Okay.
So you're not removing anything, you're capturing and doing a count of the animals, amphibians, and fish?
That's all
Is that-
done with biologists.
That's all it is?
It's with biologists, and that's the work that's being done.
So none of the fish were actually being removed, and nothing is actually being removed and taken to VIU?
No, that's with the salmon fry. So there is a program that was developed a few months ago with VIU and the Nanaimo River Stewards that also included DFO, and they provided us a permit to do that work, and we're moving 2,000 salmonoid fry from the lower reaches of the Chase River to the VIU hatchery.
So that was done in conjunction with Chief Douglas White III's consultation then? Because it seemed when he was speaking, he wasn't aware of that when he spoke.
We will check the meeting records from back in February and March, but it is done through DFO permit.
I understand you're saying it was approved and
Point of
DFO
order,
a
Mr.
permit.
Chairman. If the delegation could address the chair.
I'm
your
sorry?
If you could address your question
Well,
to the
he
chair.
was addressing me. I'm sorry
So-
that you have an issue with that, but he was speaking directly to me. I actually don't have my glasses on. I couldn't see that, but I will make sure I do. So you would like me to address you, Mr. Anderson? Okay. So will there be someone which will check to make sure that Chief Douglas White III has been in consultation with the removal of this such program, which apparently has been approved by DFO?
Yes.
As because he did seem, maybe not to everybody else, but certainly to me, he said he stopped someone and asked them what they were doing when they were removing fry, which is part of the animals and the fish and the things which are in the Cullery Dam. So whether an approval from DFO was given or not, the whole issue tonight was that the Nanaimo First Nations was not included in some of the consultations. So I am asking, as a request of a concerned citizen, that that is looked into and any animals, fish, and any other things are not removed from the Cullery Dams, as you are, as tonight, agreed to be in consultation with Chief Douglas White III.
Yep.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Brandy Solomon, 655 6th Street. I just have a question for Mayor Rutan regarding liability. I've read a lot of newspaper articles where you mention that safety is a huge issue and also liability in this matter, the Cullery Dams. And I was just wondering if you could clarify what you mean when you talk about liability being an
Well,
issue.
I think the concern is, and I think there is some case law on it, where there is an obvious risk involved. I'm not an engineer, but we've had countless reports, and I think generally it's been accepted that those dams are at a risk. There's something between 1,400 and 1,600 dams in British Columbia, and of that number, only 2 carry the extreme rating, the extreme hazard rating, by the Dam Safety Branch in Victoria, and those 2 are at the Cullery Dam. So in their opinion, they're at risk, obviously, with an extreme rating. And so it's the thing that if we have knowledge of a situation that could be dangerous for the citizens, obviously we need to decide rather on the side of safety and liability. If you know that there's something that is a liability, that's something that you're at risk, and you choose to do nothing about it. Yes, I think there is a certain liability for an elected official to do nothing. And so we're trying to be proactive to see what options there are and try to move ahead in a way that will mitigate the risk. I think Chief White also acknowledged that there is liability, and they also are concerned about that aspect of it too. So we're just simply trying to address the liability issue.
So are you referring to liability of the city overall or liability of councillors in their vote?
Probably both, but more the city for liability because, does that open ourselves, the city, to litigation if we chose to do nothing in the face of knowing that there was a risk?
Okay. It's just because I took some time to read the Local Government Act. And are you familiar with Section 287?
Yeah, the council is generally protected. Is this what you're going to refer to? And I appreciate that. But criminal negligence could override that. And I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just simply saying we're trying to do due diligence and make sure that the city is not put at risk. The taxpayers ultimately could be put at risk because they're the ones who pay the bills. So we're trying to make sure that everyone's best interest is looked after, and certainly in the floodplain, in the remote chance that something should fail, we want to make sure that they're protected as well to the best of our ability.
So there's fear of criminal liability as well?
There's which?
There's fear of criminal proceedings as well?
I don't know if there's fear of it. I'm just simply saying we're trying to act in a professional way, and now that we've been told the risk, we need to act on it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council. Taking that matter that you were just speaking to about risk, I want to make sure the Council is aware of the risk of the rail system here.
Okay, as long as it's on the agenda, we can deal with it. These are question periods on the agenda.
Okay, you were bringing up the matter of risk, so that's why I thought I would ask. How about the risk going through the Harewood plan area? Are you, with the issue of the train tracks run through Harewood. So if we take that, is Council aware of the risk of the chemicals being transported along the rail lines? And I just want to make sure that
that's not on the
something is done.
agenda tonight, sir. We didn't do this question period deals with question.
The Harewood plan is on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
So I'm asking, as a
I'm sure they're
result-
aware of it. I know the carrier is acutely aware of the risk and liability of carrying chemicals. I'm not sure propane is carried on a regular basis. There may be other items that are packed back
Other
and forth.
dangerous chemicals, correct? Yeah.
Could be, yeah. And so, but I'm sure that the rail is looking into those issues. And we are concerned. We get regular reports back of that type of dangerous cargoes going through.
I just want to make sure that that liability issue is
Sure.
Council is aware
That's
of it.
fair, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Bruni.
Hi, Bruni, 1300 Stewart Avenue. Mayor and honorable councillors, would you consider maybe having a really good old-fashioned town hall meeting that was advertised that all the people in Nanaimo could come to, because you know how big an issue this is, and
Yeah.
it's a big responsibility for you to make that decision. Would you consider that?
Well, what we'll do is go through this 30-day sort of cooling off period, which is what Chief White referred to it as, and then see what the options are. You know, we're going to have some extensive discussions with Chief White and SFN, and it could fall out that something may require some more consultation. So we're going to have to wait and see where it goes on that.
Okay, one other thing. What I'm about to tell you may sound unbelievable in the first hearing of it, and I beseech you to open your minds and hearts to receive the truth of it. It seems there is a creature, a female, who has resided in the sillage at the bottom of the Collier Dams for the past 100 years. It is she, in fact, who has, with her ancestral ancient magic beyond our human understanding, created the Collier Dams as you see them today. Everyone who enters the environment of the lakes feels the tranquil, harmonious flavor of this creature. This creature has generated, and she is now named Cully Dammy. She is not the only one of her species to survive. She has a relative in the Okanagan Lakes, the Ogopoga. And Nanaimo now has Cully Dammy. There is reason to believe she was first discovered by miners digging deep into the earth for coal, some of who were Chinese, a race more accepting of unusual ancient lore, who took it upon themselves to deposit this strange thing in a hibernated yet living state instead of dealing a lethal blow. She will, as she knows she must, reveal her presence to save herself. But she is extremely sensitive to light and can only do that at slack tide after sunset, and only with a lot of loving encouragement, as she is very afraid. She is very, very afraid. And the horrendous destruction of Cully Dammy will live long beyond this council and have far-reaching consequences that will follow you, Mayor Rattan, and councillors throughout your days, and be recorded in the history of Nanaimo forever. I am the great-granddaughter of a coastal Salish woman born here in Nanaimo, and this is my place. My Indian name is Crazy Sun Woman, and I speak for Cully Dammy, who says, "Thank you for the fish." And this is her death cry.
Gracious.
What has our concert turned into?
We have a delegation now leaving the room here. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Norman Abbey. I live at 135 Victoria Road, and I do have a question about the litigation. And this stems, Your Worship, you made some remarks at the June 17 meeting which really confused me, and maybe you could clarify. And this was about the litigation, the John Doe, Jane Doe anticipatory injunction application. On June 17, you said, somebody asked who had initiated that request for that injunction. And at first you said it wasn't really City Council that chose to do that. It was rather our senior staff. But then you corrected it and you said, no, it was the City of Nanaimo at your direction. Now, I've asked you this question in writing twice in the last 3 weeks, and I haven't had a response from you.
Well, you know the outcome of it. The hearing was, the decision was made. You are aware of what the choice of the court was on it?
I'm not talking about the court case. I'm asking how your council, you and your council, instructed staff to request to apply for this.
I think maybe Mr. Swaby, go ahead. It's probably, well, I'll let you answer.
Your Worship, thank you. Certainly, Council's direction was to proceed to the courts and ask for a preemptive injunction. The strategy that staff put together with the lawyer's advice was to include the John Doe application along with
that's not what I'm asking. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. What I am asking is how that direction was arrived at.
I think he answered that for you.
Sorry.
I think he answered that for you.
No, Mr. Abbey, sorry. There was a general direction from Council. Staff with the lawyer put together the strategy about the specifics of that.
I don't understand what you mean by a general direction. Was it a discussion that was had by Council and you voted on it? Discussed it and voted and then directed staff?
No, not specifically about the John Doe, about the preemptive injunction, yes.
There was a vote taken by Council members to instruct staff or to not instruct staff to...
Was this an in-camera issue that we had? So,
Your Worship, there was direction from Council through a vote to do a preemptive injunction.
That's what my question is then. I would like to know, was it a unanimous decision by all...
Can't tell you that because it was done in camera, sir.
So
was
it's
an in-camera
impossible to
decision.
know which of the councillors...
No, it is not. That's what in-camera is about.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Louise Guilfoy, 134 Howard Avenue. I just had a question about the tender, the motion. I'm just wondering how it can even be considered when we have now found out that there is virtually no chance that the province would even approve the rebuilding of the dams. It seems like it was an extremely hasty and flawed motion. So I'm just wondering how this is even possible, that the tender could even be considered when there's
Well, it's all held in abeyance for 30 days now in any event.
Yeah, but I mean...
Your question, what is your question?
My question is, how can the tender process even have been considered tonight when it was found out that the dams by the province would have probably never been approved to have been rebuilt? When the original motion was...
in fairness, the discussions that we had with the province in Victoria, I mean, I'm not aware that they came out and said they would never be built. That was my understanding.
There have been,
we had some staff with us, so just...
According to Chief White...
Just one sec.
Well, Your Worship, I don't think there's... I think the province should speak for themselves on this, but certainly we've, at a staff level, had advice from provincial staff that they, as long as the city follows the appropriate process and design and permitting process, that there's no other obstacles to rebuilding the dams.
So where did Chief White get the that information from, that there's been none
He may have
approved in
got
the
that
last
from the
10 years?
province.
Yeah, I will ask him. Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, I was wondering why the Nanaimo First Nation was not included in the decision process even before October 2012 when this all came about.
They were.
Well, I think there's been some ongoing discussions, certainly at the staff level, almost on a weekly or a monthly basis at least.
That's correct.
Well, it sounds like they haven't really been included in
Well,
what's
it
been
has.
going on
All I can
lately.
tell you is that our staff has met with their staff on a regular basis.
All right. And with the 30 days now, I guess it's probably pretty young to know, but will the police and the bylaw officers be there all the time as they have been?
I would think, I don't know the answer to that, Mr. Swaby might, but I would suggest that during this 30-day period, as long as there isn't any work taking place and any issues with people there in the park, I don't see a problem. I doubt they would be enforced.
But they've been there a lot
They
more
have
than
been.
normal.
Yeah.
You know, I'm there every day and I see them often.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't expect it, but I don't know if there's a comment that you've got.
So, Your Worship, I'm assuming that the inventory work that Mr. Hickey spoke of will carry on, and to the extent that there's suggestions to the extent that those people doing that work feel unsafe, the police will be there to provide law and order.
All right. I guess that's about it for now. Great.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was a good point, because some people have felt quite harassed because there has been quite a presence of the bylaw officers and police officers in the park, and it is our park and our community park, and they've felt that they've felt really under the gun with that. So I appreciate the fact that it may not happen. I guess what I was going to ask was, is it possible, if there is to be any work, this has been a very sensitive issue for the entire community and for the city, if there's going to be any work at all, perhaps there may be the possibility of letting us know that there may be somebody in the park, because tensions have arisen, and it would be nice if we were notified. I can certainly provide my email address to, you probably already have it, and we can disperse that information and let people know. It just may make things a little more safe.
I'm sure we'll try. Do you have it?
And one of the things I'm saying now is that there are contracts for inventory work which will be continuing, so that's...
For the fish count and so on.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask, does anyone here, I brought up the issue of the different numbers with respect to the engineering firm. Do you not find that that's a little strange? Like in terms of the variance of the numbers that you've been offered?
I know at the beginning there was quite a variance on the numbers, and I think they've actually come a little closer in recent times. But I know there was quite a variance on numbers. No question about that.
Okay, and thank you, because that's the way I felt. But if we go back a couple of weeks when Rick Earl came, and he's a contractor, and of course he had worked with the engineering firm, and he had a firm price in terms of a system of lowering the water level. There's other methods, of course, and which would be quite adequate, but it varied, again, extremely different from what you would offer tonight. $400,000 per month is what I heard that was stated from the Klum-Kippenberger. He talked about, which I thought was an awful lot of money, actually. It was $400,000 to keep the water level low, acceptable point for the entire 8 months. I think that's why there's some major discrepancy here. And anyway, I think that perhaps can be pursued to somewhat.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Hickey, did you have something?
Mayor Rattan, I can provide some information to that. In that $3 million contract we have right now, it is about $400,000 of that cost is to take the water out of the dams while there's no flow. And also the $3 million fits with our engineering estimates for that removal process. So.
Paul Manley, 61 Garner Crescent. I just have a question about the process over the next 30 days. I heard Chief White asking for a process that included Nanaimo, the wider community, the Department of Fisheries, the provincial government. And when Bruni was up here, you were saying you characterized it as a cooling off period, after which there'll be a decision. And so I'm wondering, how is the community going to be engaged in the way that
I really don't know at this stage. It's so early. It just happened tonight, obviously. So we'll have to sit down and see how this will unfold. We'll want to talk, first of all, to SFN and Chief White and find out his views and how he would like to see it proceed. There's other players involved. Department of Fisheries, DFO will be a player in it, as will the Dam Safety Branch. So we'll try to cover all the bases and see how it's best. He was very passionate about wanting to see this. We agreed with him, and so now we'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, I just think that there's a lot of people in the community that would like to be included in these kind of discussions, to be heard and to be understood. I have another question. When I was looking up news articles about the dams, I found an article from 2012 saying that the dams were identified as one of the earthquake hazards in town, and the other serious issue was a number of schools. So we have 4 high schools that would pancake in a serious earthquake and a number of elementary schools. And so I understand that it's not your jurisdiction. This is the school district and the provincial government, but they are your citizens. And I'm wondering what you've done to lobby the provincial government and to lobby the school board to get these schools fixed, because the dams might fail in an earthquake and 150 people might die, but if those schools pancake, and they will pancake in an earthquake much less than what's going on with the dams.
My understanding is that the school board has identified that as a priority, and they're trying to do them as money becomes available and do the mitigation for it. But that's a different jurisdiction. That's not.
It is a different jurisdiction.
Did you want to see something? Councillor Brennan?
I do. Paul, Wellington School is being seismically upgraded now. I think they received $25 million to do that. The elementary school that was the most seismically challenged was South Wellington. Plan is that school has been closed. Barsby had seismic upgrading, as did Woodlands. So the information that the 4 high schools, and as well as ND, because Wellington was the most at risk. The others have had work done. So the information that the high schools will pancake in an earthquake is incorrect. And the Ministry of Education has a process and funds that school districts apply for. There is a seismic report on I don't know if it's on their website, but it's readily available because I read some of the delegation's reports to the school board in this last facilities plan. So if you contact the school board, I think that you will be somewhat relieved that they are dealing with the issues of the seismic issues and have been, say, over the last 10 years.
Okay. Yeah, I understood about the Wellington School. I just see this urgency over the dams, and I think that, you know, our youngest citizens need the kind of protection that we're.
And I understand that the Ministry of Education and the school districts across the province are dealing with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ian Gart, Shore 3537 Street, which I didn't say last time. I appreciate that this has been quite a process. And I appreciate that there is so much involved in this. And I also want to say I appreciate the courage of council to say, all right, we will hold off for 30 days or for a month. Thank you. I have some questions since we're now looking at options. That's what the task is for the next 30 days, to look at options. And the first question I have is, was there ever in part of the studies, the inundation studies, the possibility of what it would be if the middle dam was removed so that it would no longer exist? What would the danger or the risk be to the community if there was only a lower dam?
Your Worship, staff can respond. So the lower dam has a higher risk of overtopping from flood than earthquake. The middle dam is the one that's most susceptible to seismic risk. So if the middle dam's removed, that seismic risk is reduced, but the overtopping due to flood of the lower dam is still there. So the engineering solution to that would be to lower the spillway substantially so that the water level in the lower dam, lower reservoir is reduced substantially. However, that's an expensive proposition because it would require blasting, and it would also have to be reinstated when the dam was built. So for a short-term solution, it's quite expensive.
Relative to the expense of replacing and rebuilding the dams, what would that expense be?
Go ahead.
I just can comment that that would be only an interim work. We would need to update an inundation study, but I believe that if there is only the lower dam, that classification might go down to extreme instead of, or down to very high instead of extreme. So we would still need to do the work on the dam that would enable us to meet the standard, design standard set by the regulations of the Canadian dam, or the branch.
Thank you. If that was done and it was lowered in classification, what possibility would there exist of removing the backside of the dam, which is loose fill, I understand, and replacing that with higher standard engineering?
You mean the lower dam or the middle dam?
The lower dam.
Lower dam.
If we, again, my line of questions are all about the option of removing the middle dam, so it would no longer be a lake behind it, except for what is naturally there. If the lower dam were then upgraded on the backside, or however it might be done, to make it stronger, to bring it up to greater seismic standards, what would the relative cost of that option be?
Well, it's my understanding, but I think Mr. Hickey can expand on it, but we did look at and hear some information on trying to remediate or repair, if you want, the existing dams, and that was by far the most expensive option, that it was actually cheaper to take them down and rebuild them than it was to repair the existing ones. But maybe, Mr. Hickey, do you want to expand on that a bit?
I'm just working on that right now. To remove the middle dam and rehab the lower dam was in the neighborhood of $17.5 million. And to remove the middle dam and replace the lower dam, remove the middle and replace the lower dam was oh, sorry, no, I've got to get the right number here. Bear with me. Oh, remove middle and replace lower was $9.5 million.
Right. And these are the estimates done at the same time that the estimates of replacing or just removing the two dams were done. This is the earlier studies, right? Correct?
Maritan, that's correct.
And therefore, those numbers seem to be quite excessive based on information we've received later on. So I think in the discussions with interested partners, I think we need to re-examine some of those numbers and get other quotes or other ideas, because it seems to me that the earlier quotes were excessive.
So, Your Worship, just to be clear, these weren't the earlier quotes as in October. These are the updated ones in May. So these are the latest information we have.
Yeah, and if I could add, Maritan, that's done by one engineer and peer reviewed by the other. So not one engineering firm, two engineering firms have substantiated these.
Thank you. Another question, my last question I think it'll be, is what options were presented to the Dam Safety Board by the City of Nanaimo or its staff when considering different ways of alleviating danger to the public for the near and longer-term future until the dams were removed or replaced?
I think, and maybe the staff can correct me, but it's my understanding that they felt that the immediate solution was to dewater the dams, and that would remove the risk, obviously, on it. But I'm not sure that would leave us with much of anything. So if that's what your question was. The province of British Columbia, which is a dam safety branch, still reminds us that, and I've used the figure already tonight, out of hundreds and hundreds of dams in British Columbia, only 2 have the extreme risk rating, and those are the 2 in Calgary Dam. The only reason I point this out is that if there is some repair or mitigation we're going to try to do to one or both of those dams, it could only be done with the consent of the Dam Safety Branch in the province of BC, because they say they're both flawed and need to come out.
Correct. I understand that. Thank you. And my question is not quite that. Given that the Dam Safety Board cannot instruct the city what to do, if you look up their regulations, they are not in the capacity of being able to do that. They can only say yay or nay to any options that are presented to them. And so my curiosity is, because again, we're looking at options for the next 30 days. My question is, what options were presented to the Dam Safety Board in terms of ways of mitigating the risk?
So, Your Worship, staff haven't presented the option of dewatering because we don't think it's practical, especially to keep them dewatered during the rainy storm season. It's not the summer that's the problem, it's the rainy season that's the problem. So staff have concluded with the engineering advice that the only way to mitigate the risk is to remove the dams. So that's the option that was presented.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Willow Friday, 32 Pine Street. Thank you for letting us speak so long. I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole thing from the beginning, and I consider myself avid Googler, so I've been doing some research. It struck me as odd that these 2 dams would be considered the only extreme dams in BC, considering how many dams there are out there. So my Googling search started with looking at other dams, just Googling BC dams, figuring out what's out there, looking at images, seeing what they look like online. And I have to tell you, just by images, I don't know, it doesn't look like they're the worst dams in BC. So through that, a few things came up that struck me as very interesting. And so my question here is, how did Clone Krippenberger become the contractor to do all the tender forms? Was there a tender went out to get them to do that, or were they just directly hired? How did they become involved how were they hired?
Mr. Hickey, you want to?
Yes, council authorized us to do a direct award to Clone Krippenberger.
And did that stem from a connection to a previous company by someone who moved over to Clone Krippenberger?
Yes, that's correct. One of the engineers was involved in the original EBA report.
Yep.
was subsequently hired by Clone Krippenberger.
Now, it's my understanding, the reason why I found all this is that the Canadian Dam Association, there's no federal dam association, so there's a volunteer dam association, the Canadian Dam Association, and they help create policy for Canada, for dams. And in previous years, the people who are senior associates in Clone Krippenberger sat on that board from 2010 to 2012. Does that not factor into making policy and picking up contracts of that said policy? Is there not a conflict there?
Ms. Kenning?
Well, one of the reasons they were selected was because of their expertise in the field, and I think participating in national standards committees is a good evidence of expertise in the field.
Of course.
It was a volunteer committee you pointed out, was it not?
It is volunteer, but I believe
Yeah.
they get paid for being
For
on
diem,
there.
probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. Okay, that was
Thank
my
you.
question. You've answered it. Thank you.
Well, Your Worship, I think it should be recognized, however, that the province adopted the standards of the Canadian Dam Safety Association. They adopted the standards by regulation. That means they become law in BC. So if there are some suspicions around the makeup of the association itself, that doesn't change the fact that that the provincial government has adopted those standards as the standards that must be met in BC.
Okay.
The conflict, I suppose, you should be taking up with the province.
Welcome.
Thank you. Lower that. Joyce Serrar, 421 9th Street. And my question again is about financing and costs. And I'm choosing to focus in on the dewatering piece, the pumps, the information that you gave today, that each dam will cost $400,000 per month to keep dewatered. There's been another firm that has spoken to keeping them dewatered for the same amount of money over an 8-month time span. Is it not due diligence for the city to question the difference in these numbers and call for a contract, or not a contract, call for a competitive bid outlining how the dewatering will be done, how much it will cost at the end of the day, and what the process will be when the numbers are so far apart? How can we not, in good conscience, question the numbers that are coming from the same source consistently?
So, Your Worship, if there was a council decision to follow that course, there would be a selection process and a process to select the best price and the best value. These estimates are just provided at an early stage to provide the best information we can.
So there is no process.
No,
to
and
be
one of the other
competitive.
challenges too depends on how bad the winter is. If there's huge and very heavy rainfall and so on, we're told that if they were dewatered and they started to flood in the peak rainy period, there's great concern that the pumps and the siphons, if they're used in a combination, won't be able to remove the water.
So that would be worst case scenario.
Yes, I think you're
So-
right. Worst case scenario, but I'm still saying that these are some of the positions that people had to consider in quoting on it, and they may have looked at different perspectives.
So is it city's experience that if someone is quoting an amount of money and they're not required to do that amount of work for that amount of money, if they're quoting worst case scenario and it turns out to be best case scenario, when the bills come in, they reflect that?
I don't know
Or
if
is
that's
it a
true.
contract price for a body of work no matter what takes place within that body?
In our contracts, there's a contract price, but if there are other unknown costs that come up, usually there's a change order issued, and we end up, as the city, usually paying for those. Maritana, if I could just add, I think the company you're referring to is Can Build Solutions. After the last time that they made a presentation to council, we met with Mr. Earl, who was with the company. They told us that they were no longer looking at pumping and siphoning because it wasn't feasible, and had asked us about notching the dams. And so if we explain to them that when you notch out the dams, those structures are seismically unstable, and that wouldn't be a method to pursue either.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Your Worship, I just want to be clear. Mr. Earl withdrew his idea that he could do this within the budget he quoted as firm.
Maritain, he talked to us about methodology in doing that. We sent him a letter that we were not at that time looking at a design-build process, and that if we were moving on, had a tender out, he would be welcome to submit for the tender for removal. And if we were going to do another process for the construction of the dams, he would be more than welcome to.
But it is essentially correct that he did say after the fact that he couldn't do it through pumping and siphoning, as he'd indicated earlier.
So he acknowledged that his original plan wouldn't be as effective as he'd hoped it would be.
Maritain, in their proposal, it didn't really talk about how they were going to do it. It wasn't until we talked to them that we got an understanding of what some of their considerations were.
Okay.
Hello, Frederick Collin, 122 Pirates Lane. Thank you very much for taking this month to meet with Sonemo. So wonder what the total cost is to taxpayers thus far for the legal action and injunction proceedings in regards to the Jane Doe, John Doe, and Dave Cutts.
I think we had some figures on that.
Your Worship, to date we've been billed only $6,000, but we're anticipating it'll be in the upwards of $30,000.
30,000? Thank you. Do we have the dam safety branch rating of Westwood currently?
Sorry, Mr. Hickey?
Maritain, I'd have to get that information. We do have it, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. And how much did the upgrade of Westwood cost?
The upgrade of Westwood was in about the $600,000 to $700,000 range. Different style of dam, different considerations.
And one more thing, sorry. Why was the decision to remove colliery dams made in camera?
Your Worship, there was legal advice that was an in-camera item as well. The Council felt it was important to inform its partners about the pending issue before it became an open discussion, and I think that was well served because Council was able to inform the partners like the First Nation, like the school board, and like the daycare operator that this was a pending issue for them in running their businesses. So that's the reason Council made that decision.
Wouldn't it have been better to make it part of the Harewood Community Plan project that was also ongoing, started at the same time?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't, in hindsight, maybe it might have been, but I think it was an item that because of the catastrophic loss of life, potentially, in a worst-case scenario, that's why a lot of it, on the advice of our lawyer, it was done in camera. I think there's only one meeting on it in the entire period dealing with the Colliery Dam.
Okay, thank you.
That was the first meeting, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, is there anyone, you've already spoken, so if there's anyone else that hasn't spoken first, we'd like to hear them first.
Ron Boland, 3165 King Richard Drive. I hadn't planned on speaking to this, but it aroused a question in my mind, and it may be that I did not read the RFP for the dam removal closely enough. But does that contract include, should we destroy the dams or have them removed by the fall, what's going to happen to the silt and everything else that happens after that? Does it cover that eventuality?
My understanding is that, Mr. Hickey, do you want to expand? I think that's...
Maritain, it'll take me a while, just a couple bullets to explain this, but yes, there's environmental protection plan was planned. There was going to be environmental protection structures, diversion of the river system, and then we would be removing the dams and demolishing those structures and moving them to rebuild the river channel on the lake bottoms, remove topsoil, and also to install hydro seed and also some mulch. So that would be a substantial amount of prevention or to reduce that risk.
That's
to a very
all
low
included
standard.
in the
Yes.
work that's budgeted here. Okay. Now, another quick question that I couldn't understand, and it may simply be tax question. If I looked at the amount of the bids that was given when I look at the city's bid website and go to the bid for the removal and look at the bottom and see these are the funds, the amounts that were bid. The first one was over $3 million, and the other was about, I don't know, $800,000 more. But when I look tonight at what's stated, the lowest bid is under $3 million, and the other is also substantially less. Is that just a matter of tax?
The bids are set up to be excluding GST, so that would be the tender price plus PST on both.
Okay, so now, does that mean the one that was on the bid page on the website includes that tax, but the one that is mentioned, I believe, here tonight does not? Is that?
I'll let you talk to Mr. Ricketts. He's managing that tender, so he could.
Did you hear the question?
No, if you could repeat the question, please.
Well, yeah, the question is, when I looked on the city's website under bids and saw that the removal had been closed and that you had received 2 bids, the prices that I read on the website are different than the price that I saw in the document tonight. And it looked to me like it might simply be a matter of tax.
That's correct. When we open tenders, we report the total amount with tax. When we bring them to council, we report the amount without tax.
Okay, thank you. That was a
You're
simple
welcome.
one. One other quick question. With regard to your decision tonight to essentially, under the circumstances, ignore the 56 citizens who came here tonight to speak to a particular issue, I don't know the parliamentary niceness of that, or whether it is purely discretionary on council's part, but don't you believe that was just a little disingenuous when you've got 56 citizens who came here tonight to speak to an issue? Yep. And that issue is ongoing, and you may have heard some very good ideas tonight from those 56 people.
Good, but remember what the motion was. The motion was to do the tenders, and since that was withdrawn, the motion was that the council receive the report regarding the Colliery Dams project update for information, and then see the removal of the Colliery Dams tender. That's what was.
Hey, I don't believe it was withdrawn. It was simply ignored. But
well, it's whatever. But I'm saying that was the issue we were dealing with, and once it was taken off the table because we're not dealing with it.
I understand that, but you do understand.
But
the fact that you invited 56 people here tonight to speak to it, and then chose to ignore them.
No, we didn't ignore them. We're listening to you now.
That you don't give them the two strikes that they had to speak to this topic, rather than one in another 30 days if they can make it back again. Yeah, I find that a bit poor procedure, and I'm not sure whether whether it is parliamentary or just, I believe,
well, I think since the motion changed, it changed what the delegations were speaking to. But we gave them the opportunity to come at the end and to question period like you're doing and view your points. We listen.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Your decision. Thank you.
Now, I believe you've spoken before, so we're going to see if there's anyone else who hasn't spoken first. Welcome, sir.
Robert Fuller, 3350 Hammond Bay Road. I'd like to commend council on their decision tonight to forego the tender process tonight and put it over for another 30 days and let a cooling off period. And I'd also like to commend all the citizens of this city who came out tonight and exercised their civic right. There seems to be a great problem with communication, the lack thereof, the little piddle parts that come out every now and then. And my question is, about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, a communication plan that the city had been preparing for quite a while was set to be heard. It got tabled and put over for the Chamber of Commerce to have a look at it. When is this communications plan going to be brought out so that the public can hear it?
I believe that's the Successful Cities project that we're talking about.
Well, it's the communications plan part, and it actually was going to go on the agenda today, except for there's other items of higher importance. I'm actually meeting with our communications manager with the chamber later this week, and assuming that meeting goes well, the plan will be to put it on the next meeting.
What happened is because we had 57 people that indicated they wished to speak to this matter, we did drop other issues that we would have normally dealt with otherwise. So
this will be...
It'll be possibly the next meeting, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And thank you.
Your Worship and Councillors, my question is, first of all, are you aware of the new information, the facts that have come forth that possibly cast doubts on all the Indonesian studies and the engineering studies? Has this information been brought forth yet?
From whom?
Okay. The difficulties regarding colliery dams have been exacerbated, of course, by the various engineering reports and Indonesian studies. And the reports, it's my understanding, have used primarily speculation, speculative scenarios, and supposition and conjecture as the basis of their conclusions. These
Your
reports
Worship,
are theoretical.
I don't believe
Is
that's
this
correct, and I think we need to be cautious when we're dealing with professional
Right.
engineering firms. And
These are professional engineers, so I
Right.
don't think it's conjecture, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, my mistake if I haven't used the correct wording. I don't mean to in any way be inflammatory. I have some actual facts. They aren't speculative in the slightest. They're actual facts. As a matter of fact, these facts were presented to Justice Douglas Thompson in the Supreme Court. He considered them to be facts, and he used them in his deciding on how the injunction was to go. So they are definitely facts. Now, the first fact is, it's from the Nanaimo Free Press. It's from the archives in the library, and it's the Tuesday, November 10th, 1910 article in the Nanaimo Free Press. I'm going to read just a small section of it for you. It's called Western Fuel and City Building Dams. I won't go through the first part, which is about building the first reservoir, but the second part, Western Fuel Company. The Western Fuel Company are putting in a dam about a mile below that of the city. The location is close to that of the southwest corner of 5-acre lots, and there the company has obtained a fine natural basin which will store all the water necessary for their purposes. The writer, of course, knows nothing as to how the water is to be obtained, nor how the people below on Chase River will get along after the company's works are completed and in operation. That is the company's business, and the writer's present business is simply and merely to tell what he saw. In the first place, then, and it is the first thing that strikes the visitor, the company have found an excellent location for their dam. Running out of a large and wide basin with gently sloping sides and a level bottom, the creek passes through a deep and narrow cleft, and here is a reservoir ready-made which will hold an immense quantity of water. All the same, the stopping up of this cleft, which must have appeared an easy enough matter, has not proved such an easy thing actually to accomplish, and much more expensive than was anticipated. The rock itself was not as it might have been, and made the work of getting an insert for the dam something of a difficulty. The bed of the creek, or in other words, the cut into the rock made by the creek, was deeper than anticipated, and as a consequence, there was more excavating than was expected to get to solid rock. All these things have added to the magnitude of the task and made it all the more interesting to visit. The company, as might be expected, are proceeding with all their usual thoroughness. So what that, I'm missing a piece of information. Oh, no, I have them here, sorry. What that is stating quite clearly is that the present Lower Dam Reservoir is built on solid rock. It also is built with the two sides being solid rock. That is, I think, a very important point regarding the stability of that dam. The second fact, and this is something that I verified for myself, the reports, and I hope that I have the right figure here, correct me if I'm not correct, but the engineering reports state that the lower dam is 77 meters. I actually went with my 100-foot tape measure the other day and measured the lower dam. It measures 53.65 meters. Now the cleft part, the narrow, deep cleft, which takes all the stresses, measures at 26.52 meters. By interest, the middle dam measures 123 feet, or just under 37.5 meters. So neither of those dams are anything like 77 meters, which again makes a very big difference into how likely they are to collapse or not collapse. Another fact.
Okay. Remember what we're doing is question period now. Hello, over here.
Okay, yes, right? Okay, you're absolutely correct. I have a couple more facts. Okay, sure.
We're ready for your question.
All right. Why then, here's the question. The first question was, were you aware of these facts? Didn't you indicate?
Yeah, we've read that several times.
That was the first question, and I was going to relay them to you. The second question is, in light of this new information, why is the lower dam even being considered for alteration?
Why is it?
Yes, why?
Why? Well, because the information, you go ahead, you were going to say something?
Staff's recommendation is not to alter it, but to remove it based on the engineering studies that show it's unsafe.
Yes, but this is new information that is in conflict from the engineering reports.
Okay.
I think your information is correct from 100 years ago, and where they put the dam is a good place.
103, actually, yeah.
But these dams are now 100 years old. The concrete is in poor condition, and that we now have structures that are deficient in their ability to withstand a significant seismic or weather event.
Actually, the new information also includes the fact that the old concrete is much stronger than the modern concrete, and of course the rebar, so that which the engineering reports did not reflect, so that the lower dam does in fact have a 1 in 3,000 year seismic event designation, which makes it the highest rated seismic structure in the entire city. Which means, as we speak, should we have a cataclysmic earthquake, everything will be flattened, and the lower dam, just as it is, will still be standing. So again, my question, in light of all this information, why is the lower dam even being considered for alteration?
Your Worship, it's our opinion, based on the professional advice, is that the dams are not, the lower dam is not safe to 1 in 3,000 event, and that this delegation's information is incorrect.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I didn't quite hear everything that you said. Were you saying that my information wasn't correct?
Incorrect, he said, yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, well, I'm afraid that.
We can't debate it now. I mean, we thank you for your information, that's good.
Yes, and
But there's
it
other
was
people waiting to
considered,
speak
it
too.
was considered quite, they are facts. I mean, you cannot say I'm incorrect. When I go with my tape measure and measure, I state those were the figures that I came up with.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ron Stead. What qualifies the dams to be rated at extreme?
That was a decision.
No, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I was going to say, that's the information that we received from Victoria, from the province, that of all the dams in British Columbia, only 2 had the extreme rating, extreme risk rating on it, and that was the 2 Colliery dams. Now, how they arrived at that, I don't know. Do you know technically how that was achieved?
Ratan, if I could answer that. When we did the seismic evaluation in 2010, the next step that was recommended by the engineers to do an inundation study. That study was done by Associated Engineering. They follow standard methodology in doing an inundation study that you would for any dam in the province, probably in fact in Canada, they have explained to me. So that inundation study provides then a consequence rating. That gets reviewed by the province. That dam changed to an extreme consequence rating. There are 36 dams in the province, I believe, that have an extreme consequence rating. Some of those, of those 36, Maritime, you are right, those are the 2 highest risk dams in the province because they do not have the ability to withstand the seismic or rain events.
And that decision is based on what? How did they arrive at that lack of ability?
There's an inundation study, Maritime done, and that's done with a standard methodology.
Well, it seems to me that a lot of the information that was used in those studies were assumptions, presumptions, conjectures. They didn't really set down any actual facts. You know, I have the same type of question for the inundation study, in that they were aware of the amount of water in the dams, and then they proceeded to tell us that this amount of water was going to flood an area from Howard. Won't even count the area from Howard to the dams. We'll just go from Howard to Park and from 6th Street to Nova Street. You know, I do a lot of arithmetic, okay, which is really basic stuff on here. It's like just like your estimation on the cost of removing the water from the dams. Do you realize that removing the water from the 2 dams is going to cost $1.50 cubic meter? Whatever. It's pretty expensive water by the time you've done that. Sorry. Could I get a qualification on what they based the inundation study on, what the consequences are, how they arrived at that degree of flooding?
Maritime, if I could answer that. The study is done based on an extensive bathymetric study of the reservoirs. And then also the company undertook an initiative to model the entire floodplain and river as a 2-dimensional model using a 2 meter by 2 meter grid. That's a very fine resolution as a verification step to produce the information. So this is, in fact, they comment that they did a higher grid resolution than they would on most inundation studies. So this one is actually more detailed than you might find on other dams.
Well, I did a pretty simple study myself with my son. I went out with a transit, took some shots, took some measurements on the width of the creeks, took some measurements from the height of the bridges to the stream beds, took some shots from Howard Avenue to Park, did some, basic elevation stuff. And that creek will hold about 1.5 times the contents of the dams without coming near the top of the creek beds. I was going to do a demonstration tonight. I was going to bring along a 4-liter jug of milk, empty, of course, and a 1/2-liter jug of colored water, and dump the 1/2-liter into the jug just to show you the significance of the actual potential of the release of the water from those dams. I mean, like, it's insignificant, and yet there's been so much made of it. This inundation study is an insult to the intelligence of people in Nanaimo, as far as I'm concerned. And you people have all read that article about 1910. I fully support that article. I grew up in Nanaimo. I grew up at the dams. I was here playing at the dams when there was still no fill on either side of them. There were pipes. 2 pipes ran from the dam wall out along wooden trestles. Right at that point where it came out of the dams, what you've filled up with concrete now, there used to be 2 stems, valve stems, and they came off of that concrete tower you see out there, which held a manifold, or not a manifold, but a valve stem and a valve at the bottom. There used to be a pipe running from that concrete tower to where the 2 into 2 valves that sat on the water side of the dams. They were individually controlled with the 2 dams from a manifold. That manifold had 2 outlets on it, and that's how they controlled the water supply, one from the coal to the coal and one from to Heroin. What else? All right. Well, okay. When the dams were built, and it's like they said, they were deep, narrow gorges. There were 3 of them. There was one at the first dam, one at the second dam, and there's still, you can see an original one at third dam. If you try to go up that gorge, you'll see just how steep and rough it is. Well, that's what the lower ones were before they stuck the concrete in front of them and built the dams, which, by the way, they were well built, excellently built. There was even an engineer who said he was surprised at the quality of the workmanship that went into them. The second dam's built the same way. It's in the gorge. When I was a kid, there was the wall came like that and then leveled out to get their extra water that they wanted to control and hold. But the actual dams, the real load-bearing part, was in the gorge. And it was pinned to the gorge walls and to the bottom, and whatever. It was about 10 feet deep, or not deep, wide at the base when it came down. And there's a picture that a certain person has of a repair that was being done on that, where they'd removed a bunch of fill, and I guess were replacing it. And you can see quite clearly where the bedrock had come down, and it was quite wide where they were working. But then it narrowed there, and if you use your imagination, you can see where the water over the thousands of years had cut these passages for the water to go. And when they say it was a flat, open place that was ideal. Well, of course it was. Nature built it. You know, each year we get these floods that you people want to talk about and worry about. Well, that basin was there. Each year it was catching water. It would fill up. The water would start flowing through the easiest and lowest point, which is a natural thing for water to do. It finds the lowest point. And that's how those gorges were created over the years. You know, the Grand Canyon was built the same way.
Do you have a question?
With all due respect, Mr. Stitt, is there a question here?
Oh, yeah, well, I did. But I lost
Do you have a question for us?
Okay. Well, yeah, why have you discounted the siphon, the idea of using a siphon to draw down the water? I understand its expense, but I'd just like to have an explanation.
Mr. Swaby, do you want to deal with that one? Mr. Hickey, I'm sorry. You want to deal with that one? Because I think the concerns that we had is that at a really peak flow in the middle of winter, the volume of water coming down into the reservoir would be greater than the pumps and the siphons jointly could take out.
Maritan, that's correct. And a siphon system isn't practical just because of the frequent and many times a day to prime the siphons, and then you would need pumps to help with the priming. And we will actually have some more information out on the web, but the number of priming pumps, supervision, and complexity of piping actually makes the siphoning less of a least viable option than pumping. And then pumping has extreme costs and a lot of pumps to go with it. So anyways, that's the background we've got on that.
We've got a question from Councillor Kipp here too for you. Councillor Kipp?
It's not there, it's the staff.
Okay.
On the drawdown, you quote some $400,000 a month. Typically, what do we do now if we have a big Pineapple Express coming? What do we do with our dams now?
Right now, the spillway on the lower dam is good for 25 meters per second. This cost estimate is based on trying to contain a flow of about 21 to 23 or 25 meters per second. So it's just trying to keep a similar flow that we can contain in that spillway, and that's already, as you know, substantially undersized for major storm events.
No, I guess you missed my question. At our dams that we use for our water supply, when we know the weather forecast is coming, we draw down those dams.
Yes.
And so in this situation, if we had the dams drawn down throughout the winter and the flow typically has run through there for 100 years now, we would draw the dams down before the major event. Is that typically what we would do? We wouldn't draw them down constantly, would we?
Maritan, in answer to that question, yes, we would, to meet the provincial dam safeties requirement, need to have those drawn down all the time. And then when you would get a flow over 25 meters per second, they would rise. And also with that pumping scenario, you have to let them fill up to start the pump so that they have water to pull out. So those are two of the scenarios.
Thank you.
That's 25 meters a second. Cubic meters?
Yep.
And that's normal flow during a flood over the spillways of the dam?
No, what I'm saying is 25 meters per second is the capacity of the lower spillway.
Is what?
25
capacity?
meters per second is the capacity of the lower spillway, and we were doing our estimates based on just a little bit less than capacity of that lower spillway.
And what would you estimate would be the maximum flow that could require flood control?
Anything over 25 meters per second puts a problem for us. Creates a problem for us.
Okay, but the point I'm going to make is that when you're dealing with the pumps or the siphon, you don't really have to deal with the content, the maximum flow or whatever, because that is already being taken care of. The 25 cubic meters per second is being taken care of by the spillway. So anything that you need over and above that should be able to be handled by siphons or pumps or both. And anything over that is also going to cause some problems downstream. And, well, my point is that any floods that have happened below the dams have not been the fault of the dams. It's just been extreme weather. And if you can take that factor away and allow nature to take its course as far as the spillways is concerned, and employ pumps or siphons to take the excess, draw down the excess, you've eliminated the need for the destruction of the dams. You guys are prepared to spend $3 million to destroy the dams, just rip them apart and make whatever you want out of them. And yet, you've already been given a price of $400,000 to do it. You're talking $400,000 a month? Huh? Well, like I said, that's $1.50 a liter. And once 90 minutes with your 20 pipes, and you emptied both dams. 90 minutes. So, you can't give me this kind of information, expect me to accept it. Because I just get out a pencil and I say, well, okay, you got 260,000 cubic meters. You got 300, my figuring was 300. At 300 cubic meters a minute, you're drawing it down in 90 minutes. And now you're saying it's 25 cubic meters a second. Well, multiply that by 60 times 60.
Okay.
Or 60 anyway.
Well, we have to move along, sir, because there's people waiting behind you now.
I'm glad I've gotten the time to make these points. I got a lot of other points I could make. Okay, I'll be back next time.
Okay.
Be ready.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hickey.
Could I just clarify a point there from Mr. Stead? He is correct that the spillway has a capacity of 25 meters per second. The difference is though, we have to keep the reservoirs drained, so the spillway isn't being able to be used. The spillway is several meters up above the level of the water, so the pumps are required to keep the level down.
Oh, interesting,
yeah. I'm allowed to answer this, all right?
Well, you have to. I think it was just a statement he made.
Huh?
I think he just made a statement saying that we're required to reduce the level, and in doing so, it would be below the spillway, so that if the water level was reduced, the spillway really wouldn't have a bearing.
No, it does. Yeah, I know, but it's not a concern until it reaches above the spillway.
But we're trying to keep. If we're going to try to keep it dewatered,
you've lowered the water. The water that goes in it, unless it's really extreme and it doesn't move that fast, it can be controlled. You can empty both dams in 90 minutes with 20 pumps that you're talking about using. Okay? There's siphons that I could construct that wouldn't interfere with anything and take care of the business, and you wouldn't have to worry about people messing with your pumps or this, that, or whatever. I'm just saying, there's ways that you guys haven't explored. And there's a lot of information out there that you've presented that can be contested. And I've done a lot of it. And you people have seen what I've written in as far as information is concerned. Unfortunately, you guys aren't taking me seriously. But, you haven't even tried to counter what I say or what I presented. You just ignore it. I think it's really frustrating. It's a lot of work to prepare those letters that I've written.
Mr. Hickey's not going to ask any more statements. Thank you very much, Mr. Hickey. Okay, thank you. Now, next one. Come on down, sir. Come on down, come on down.
Somebody informed me I was speaking out of turn.
No, have you spoken before?
No.
Then you're not speaking out of turn.
My name is Dale Partridge. I'm at 2054 Placid Crescent. I attended the reconciliation meeting going on several weeks ago, and I came away from that meeting deeply concerned about the situation between First Nations and the city of Nanaimo. And I reference that tonight in the spirit of the respect you gave to Chief Doug White and the 30-day period to examine options and alternatives for all parties affected. What seems to have emerged in all of this for me, and I'm ignorant on the issue, but it's implied that somehow the city has ignored, has deliberately disenfranchised the First Nations, et cetera. And I'm asking you if you could speak to that, because I also believe that's not true. So have First Nations in Nanaimo being consulted in any way, shape, or form prior to Chief White's presentation tonight? And what other light can you throw on that? Because I know personally you were at that meeting 6 weeks ago, and I very much respected not only your commitment, but his to a new spirit in all of this. So I'd like to get that point clarified.
Sure. Chief White was concerned that from the beginning, the thought was that we would take down the dams and recreate the river that was there before, the Chase River, and really naturalize the area again. He seemed to think that that was acceptable at that point. I can't speak to whether it still is or not. But
at that point, meeting, I'm sorry?
Well, through most of the fall, we had a meeting, I think it was May the 13th, if my memory serves me right. And at that point, the motion was made that the dams would be removed and replaced. And Chief White somehow missed that. I know our staffs had been speaking, but Chief White missed that point and then was concerned that he needed to have more consultation on why the change from the original one of naturalization to rebuilding the dams. So that's the point that he may certainly need more information on. We respect when he asked for more, and that's what we're going to do in the next 30 days.
Right. I applaud that decision tonight from yourself and your colleagues. So I'm leaving tonight with the belief that the city, through staff or through its elected representatives, have been in consultation with First Nations at various times in appropriate ways on this issue as well as others. So that's what I'd like to leave with, knowing.
Okay.
Secondly, I'd like to understand what there seems to be a group of people here who represent an entity that I don't understand or I don't recognize. So this dam committee, is that a citizens committee? Is that some entity that I should be aware of?
No, it's just a group of citizens that are concerned about the Colliery Dams. So they've formed a group, Save the Colliery Dams, and they're very passionate about their views.
Okay, so when they undertake liability claims and things of that sort, that's just them acting on their own behalf then?
I don't know if I want to speculate on that. I mean, it's just a private group that want to see preservation of the dams. And so they're very vocal and very concerned and I think very sincere. So
I don't question
that's their
that
opinion and we respect that.
Okay, I don't question it. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you for the chance to ask some questions. Earlier when Chief White...
Can we get your name for the file, please?
Pardon me?
Can we get your name for the file?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Terry Wager.
Okay.
And by the way, I am involved with the citizens group. It's called the Colliery Dams Preservation, or Park Preservation Society. And we care deeply about the dams. And that's why we're here. And my question is this. Earlier when Chief White made a deal with you guys to get a 30-day cooling off period, or whatever you want to call it, I didn't hear any mention made about us, meaning concerned citizens. Are we going to be involved in this process?
I would think that you will be at some point. Right now, this was something that Chief White was concerned about because he has treaty rights over the area. And he expressed to me previously, we had a very brief discussion today at 2 o'clock, he and I, and he spoke tonight on the fact that the Douglas Treaty does give fishing and hunting rights to the First Nations. And that's something that I think supersedes a lot of regulations on it. I think the Douglas Treaty is a document that they may want to take a strong position on if they so wish. And we felt it was important to explain to Chief White and to First Nations what we're trying to achieve. He wanted 30 days. He actually came to us and said, look, you know, can we work out some kind of a time frame where we can sit down together and discuss some of the issues and so on. And I think my understanding is he's primarily concerned from the Douglas Treaty standpoint. And so that's what we're doing as a courtesy to Chief White, and also to get his staff as well as our staff talking as well.
Thank you. And am I right in concluding then that the discussions that you have with Chief White will not include anybody that doesn't represent the Nanaimo
I
First
can't
Nation?
say that now, because this is a request that Chief White made to us. We need to sit down with Chief White and see exactly what parameters he's looking for as well.
So if the chief was to ask that we be included, would we be included?
Then I don't see a problem at all.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're hoping that we'll be respected as the First Nations is. We obviously have a strong issue with this as well. So I guess I wanted to ask, now if the water was brought to a safe level during the course of the winter, would that be an acceptable deal for you guys to allow the dams to remain in place? I mean, do you...
I think it would. Where the concern is in the wintertime. The summertime isn't really the issue because there's such a low flow.
It's very low flow. It hardly goes...
Yeah, but in the wintertime, it's quite different. And so what we have been led to believe, I've been led to believe by the engineers, is that the flow can be so great in the middle of winter, in the high rainy period, that pumps and maybe if you used a combination of siphons and pumps, would not be able to keep up with the flow. Okay. And so if the dams did fill back up again, we're where we are today with the liability and the risk. So that's why if there was some safe way of doing it, rather than have these huge diesel pumps put all around the park and huge, we're talking about 2-foot diameter pipes and a huge series of them. That's the result of trying to pump it 24/7 in the wintertime.
Okay, so it is an effort to find a solution.
Yes.
That's okay. Fair enough. I mean, certainly you want to look at that. I mean, we didn't have a lot of rain last winter, you know that, and also it's been there for 100 years. We haven't had a problem. So, but nevertheless,
Calgary didn't either until recently.
Right. I think one of the major issues that have this is going to be problematic in a way. We obviously do want to be involved, for sure, in terms of whatever happens to the park. I mean, we said that from day one. The biggest issue for us, and I think I would like you to ask your staff why they do not find value in the park. They made a very clear statement years ago. We're talking well before there was any decision made about any risks, significant risk to the park. There was a decision made that they did not feel that there was value in this park and of keeping the dams, and we're talking going back years. So
I think they do find value in the park, and that's my opinion. But
I never heard that in any meeting. I've never heard one positive word.
No, I think we all feel that. What we have to do is mitigate the risk. And I don't want to rehash what we've been over several times tonight, but you know, when these two dams are identified as the highest risk of any dam in British Columbia, there's a risk there. So it's only the risk we're trying to mitigate. And sometimes, you know, you might do some collateral damage to the park trying to mitigate the risk. And if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't really be the least bit interested. I would love to see it stay the way it is.
Well, I think we're certainly in agreement with that. I mean, the damage that would happen if you allowed this contract to go through would be
it's just a risk we need to
okay.
get rid of.
Well, certainly we want to address that for sure. I think that I'd just like to propose, in terms of this process, obviously I do hope to be, or hope our group is allowed to be involved. I mean, I think it's important. And that given the tension, if there was a facilitator involved in that, and I think that Chief Doug White did mention that in his previous press release, the potential of a facilitator, it may aid in the process because there's some very different opinions of this, but I think if you actually allow that roundtable discussion with a facilitator, I'm just proposing that there may be significant value to it.
Yeah, we have an individual that we've both mutually discussed previously that I think would be acceptable to both sides, but we need to work on that a little more yet.
Okay, well, I guess there'll be more discussion. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. What's that?
Yes, I'm having a hard time understanding why the dams have to be removed now and why they can't be removed. Oh, my name is Jennifer Cameron. Yes, I'm having a hard time understanding why they have to be removed and then left like that for a length of period of time before they could be rebuilt. Because all I see is that all the vegetation and the trees that are reflected in the water, that's what is beautiful about it. And I'm worried that a lot of that vegetation without the existing water table would die, and especially the cedars, as they can drink up to 70 gallons of water a day. And if they topple into what will become a ravine and the vegetation along with it, and then the soil erodes, and the banks become unstable. And then my main concern is the children from the schools. You got George Avenue, Park Avenue, you got Fairview, you got Bayview, plus you have NDSS, you have John Barsby. How are you going to keep those children safe? Because as I understand, when those dams are emptied, they're full of jagged rocks and deep crevices. And who knows how much mud, and I'm sure that's inconsistent in the bottoms of the dam as well. So with the unstable banks, the mud, the jagged rocks, the crevices, how safe are these kids going to be? Because I know I was a child once, and I know what it's like to go exploring. The child's need to explore, and the forbidden fruit aspect, the curiosity of children. I'm just wondering how you're going to keep the children safe from all that if it stands empty for any length of period of time.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is balance the fact that we're told the dams are in poor condition. Now, I'm not an engineer, but we're told this. And when the province tells us that you've heard us tonight, if you've been here the whole evening, that out of all the dams in British Columbia, they're the two highest risk ones. So all we're trying to do is find some way to mitigate the risk, take them down, do something to repair them, and that's what it's not that we're trying to destroy the park. We're just trying to get rid of the risk that's there. And if those dams should fail through, I don't know if seismic issue is the greater risk. I think flood and inundation is probably a more likely risk, where, like Calgary went through a tremendous rain downfall, and if that should happen and the dams fail, it would just
they might have
be
been saved if they had some dams. But anyway.
Anyway, that's what we're trying to do, and we're looking at all these options.
Okay, and the one other question was, as I understand, before the dams were ever built, there was actually a lake there, a smaller lake, but.
God, that was 103 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Apparently there was. So I was just, if you were to go the renaturalization route, I'd like you to take that into consideration.
Oh, yeah.
That there was lakes.
Yeah. No, I think if the renaturalization did take place, I understand it could form its own lake again. I'm not sure on how that would happen, but it's possible, certainly.
Yeah. And when you were talking about the renaturalization, just back to that, you were talking about replanting, because I know on its own it could take 60 years to renaturalize. 60 years is a long time.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of coal underneath, coal slag, because they used it to wash the coal, right? And that's like a poison in the soil that prevents things from growing back. I know I tried to put topsoil on top of coal-based soil, and
Didn't work?
no. Pretty sad looking sunflowers, I tell you. But anyway, yeah, I just had those questions. So.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, Matthew O'Donnell. I have a couple of questions, I guess, about the motion that was passed today about the 30-day cooling off period. I know that it was proposed by Chief Doug White, and much respect to him for bringing that up, and much respect to you guys for voting on it. But you're talking with this motion about, you're going to talk to the Snuneymuxw First Nations and Chief White further. I guess my question is, could you perhaps, during this 30-day cooling off period, still be able to talk to the general public, still be able to talk to other interested parties in the way of public hearings or whatnot?
I think so. The thing is that Chief White has raised the issue of treaty rights, and that's what we want to get into and make sure that the concerns he's got are addressed, because I believe he has, under the Douglas Treaty, rights to this. He may even be in a position under the Douglas Treaty where he can dictate how it all comes to end. I don't know. And so we want to take the time. Chief White feels that not enough discussions taken place over the rebuild portion of it. Mm-hmm. He was aware that we were going to take the dams down. That was the original plan, and try to renaturalize that area. And he, I can't tell you we supported that or not. He didn't have an opinion. But when the motion, I think I've discussed this several times tonight already, when the motion was made in May 13th, the motion also included the rebuilding of the two dams. Mm-hmm. And that's where Chief White had some concerns, felt he hadn't been consulted. And so we're going to take the time to explain what the rationale was, why we reached this decision, and so on.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
I guess just a quick follow-up question, or maybe rephrased a little bit. I mean, what you just explained is awesome. But I guess there might be, maybe what I'm asking, maybe to kill two birds with one stone, or maybe three birds with one stone, while you're taking that 30-day cool-off period to speak to Snuneymuxw about treaty rights and whatnot. Maybe you could, like I said, maybe consider holding some public hearings with the general public to maybe repair some,
yeah, we certainly, if we have the time, but they're two separate issues. One is the treaty rights, mm-hmm. and that's the part we want to identify and address and do what we can first. Mm-hmm. So, and then Councillor Brennan's had an operation on her leg, so she's having some difficulty with it. So anyway, that's why we want to do that, because I think we respect the treaty. We think it has a great deal of strength to it, mm-hmm. and we want to work with Chief White to make sure that his goal and what we want to achieve for the city are the same. But yes, following where he's coming from, if there's an opportunity to do some more public consultation, we will, for sure.
Okay, excellent. And also during the 30-day period, actually, no, that actually kind of answered my second question. My third question is in regards to the bylaw officers and the RCMP at the Colliery Dam now. Because there is a 30-day cooling off period.
Yeah, I talked to Mr. Swaby when he's finished. Are you, what is the status? I know it's something that's just happened tonight. We probably really haven't had a chance to sit down and come up with a policy on how we're going to proceed on that, unless, Mr. Kenyon, you want to make a comment?
Well, just that the inventory work is carrying on.
Carrying on, as long as that's
uninterrupted. To the extent that those people doing the inventory work feel threatened or unsafe, the police will be there to protect them.
Has there been any police reports or any incidents?
I think
know there was one with the nets or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. That's the only one that I'm
beyond
aware of.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess just because, and this is obviously an assumption, during the 30-day cool-off period, I would assume there would be no immediate direct action happening at the Colliery
I don't
Dam.
think so. I would hope not. But the small amount of work that's being done by this biologist, we would like to see continue. Okay. But no, I don't see, other than that, any escalation.
So I guess the purpose of that question was just to relate to costs and overtime, and
sure, it all comes
what it's going to cost the taxpayer, if anything. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Manpower we generate, the more cost it is to the taxpayer.
So is this like an added expense then to the city and the taxpayers?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, that's, anything we do in the city, if it requires additional work or manpower or whatever, yeah, there's always a cost.
But if you think, and I do know that this motion was just passed today, so it's
Yeah, we've got to
understandable.
really
It's
look
going to
at
have
it
time to
close.
talk about it and whatnot, but do you think it's probably reasonable just to maybe...
Well,
have them down there
it
for the
depends on
30-day
how much
cool-off period?
cost goes into it and how much time it requires. In the next 30 days, if there's not really any major requirements on staff and time, the cost would be minimal.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
My name's Jerry Verbeem, and I live out by the dams. I just don't understand the city council here. The vote was so close, and you've had so many problems, and take a lot of weight off your shoulders. Why don't you give a referendum for the people of Harewood? Let them decide on what they want to do. And it
Well, we
takes the
can't-
load off your shoulders.
Yeah, but it's a good question, but we can't do it in zones or certain areas. It has to be community-wide. If we do a referendum, it's everyone in Nanaimo.
Well, Harewood is the taxpayers of Harewood. That's their
Yeah,
area.
but
That's
the
their-
costs are paid by everyone in Nanaimo.
Yes, we're all taxpayers. That's our area. Those are our dams. Why shouldn't we not have the right to vote on it? And to take a load off your shoulders,
Yeah.
let the people decide. Democracy, let the people decide. It takes the load off your shoulders.
Yeah, valid point. Thank you, sir. Now, have you spoken on this issue before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, is there anyone else that hasn't first? We'll just make sure we do the rounds first, and then nobody else wishes to speak, so we have 2 speakers left. Is that it? Speak now or
Your
forever
worship.
retain your seat here. There's somebody waving. You've spoken before, have you not? The lady waving madly in the back? So you're not able to speak now until we're just going to the second timers now. So if there's nobody else that wants to speak for
I
the
have a
first time?
point to make.
Sorry?
I have a question to
Yeah.
ask, please. I have noticed Ms. Wilton going all around the auditorium exhorting people to speak, and I need to be assured that people who come and speak at the podium do so freely without being exhorted to doing that. What is your function in doing that? Well, I'm sorry, I'm very uncomfortable with it.
No, nobody has tonight.
I'm of the opinion, Ms. Wilton,
Like,
I am of
can
the
you listen for a
opinion
minute?
that your actions are inappropriate in this auditorium. You should not be talking to complete strangers, asking them to come and speak. Oh, some of them were, I've noticed. There's some of them are. I think you should stop that, please.
I am the last person. I asked every person that was here because I kept being told to wait even when people spoke twice.
No, they did not.
Yes, actually, Jeff spoke twice, he spoke twice.
Well, shame on Jeff. He's not supposed to.
Please, let's just get on.
Okay, let's get the next speaker down, okay? We want the next speaker, and that next speaker is not you. Mr. Abbey, you came up there. Come on and have another go at it.
There you go.
You're organizing it still. Well done, madam. Always want to get on with the meeting.
Norman Abbey,
About 14 minutes.
135. Is a follow-up question, Your Worship. When I asked about the injunction and the process that led up to the injunction application, you just told me, well, that was correct me if I'm wrong on this, but...
It was an in-camera meeting.
It was an in-camera meeting, and you
And the
said
votes
something
in an
like...
in-camera meeting are not disclosed.
They're not disclosed.
That's
That's just
correct.
the way it is. So my follow-up question on that is, there is rules, right, about in-camera meetings.
Mm-hmm.
When you go in camera, you have to follow the rules that are set out, the guidelines in the community charter, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you tell me what specific guidelines from the community charter
I
were
don't-
used to justify that particular
Can we
in-camera
quote
meeting?
the section of the community charter that was applicable on that? Sorry,
Sorry, I can't hear either.
Yeah.
I don't have it off the top of my head,
Okay.
but it would be the one to do with legal advice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't quite understand that, but it had something to do with legal advice. is it fair to ask, were minutes kept? Like the process in these in-camera meetings?
Minutes are kept.
Minutes are kept?
Yep.
Do you discuss things and vote on things
That's
and
correct.
have a record of the votes?
Correct.
So there is a report somewhere. It's confidential at this point.
Correct.
Will that report or those?
It could, in the future at some point, yes, be released.
It could when?
Decision of council. And that depends on when that would be. We don't have a deadline or a timetable for any of those things.
That's
But it
pretty
may
big.
at some future date.
At
You know,
some date?
there's a legal opinion on this, and we need to get through the issue before we're able to release anything to do with it.
But you're
We're
saying
not through it yet.
That legal opinion was released at the meeting. Councillor Greaves read it out.
Oh, his
Councillor
conflict?
Greaves read out the legal opinion that day.
But that was on himself, you mean?
No, he read it out on the Colliery Dam.
Oh, yeah, okay, but that was, okay. You're just confusing the issue, Councillor Kip. I think inadvertently, one of the councillors read out part of the confidential report inadvertently.
I'm pretty confused right now, but I
Good.
just want to know.
Well, I don't know what else I can tell you, sir.
Well, I'd like to know
well,
when-
yeah, but it was a legal opinion. I think we've expressed this several times, and it was a legal opinion that we received from the city solicitors, and those are always held in camera.
The legal opinion, and that was in conformance with a certain
That's
part
correct.
of the community
That's
charter.
correct.
Will I be able to find out that information, which part
No,
of?
it's in camera.
Which part?
Which part? Oh, I'm sure we could dig it out for you. Yeah, sure.
Yes, we can provide that.
We can get that for you, sure.
You'll get that for me,
Yep.
okay. And then and you're saying there was a recorded vote, so at some point in the future, it will be possible for us all
Yep.
to know
Yep, that's what we
which
said.
councillors voted for going for the injunction and which ones
Well,
may
that's
have
going to be a council
abstained.
decision at some point in the future, yes. That will be a council decision sometime in the future, sir, yes.
Okay, so your in-camera meetings, you follow the same process that you
They
do
do.
in open council meetings. Okay, follow up on the same line. I have another question about the heritage too, but first, again, at the June 17 meeting, and again, in regards to the injunction application, you said, first of all, you said the city of Nanaimo made that decision at council's direction, but you also said that you would be intending to review that decision to go after the injunction. So my question is, how specifically, or no, what would that promised review consist of? Like, what was the proposed timeline for that review
I
that
really
you
don't
promised?
recall
How
that.
will it be conducted? Who would be involved? Would it also be in
On the
camera?
injunction you're talking about?
On your statement at the June 17 meeting was that you would
Is this a
review-
question you asked before? Is this the same question?
No, it's very closely related. But
Oh, okay.
after you, first of all, you said that the decision was made. The direction was given to staff at your direction.
Yeah, I think that's what
So I can't
Mr.
know
Swaby
that
said.
right now. But
Okay.
right after that, you said that somebody asked if would you be willing to review that decision,
the
and you
thing
said
is, the
yes, you were
decision's
going
been
to
made.
review it.
The decision by the court has been made now. Is that what you're referring to?
Well,
I'm
are
having
you
trouble
dropping the
understanding what you're
injunction
asking.
at this point?
Sorry?
Have you reviewed your decision to go after an injunction and now you're dropping it? I don't understand what you're saying.
Mr. Swaby, can you explain what's happened for him?
Well, Your Worship, the decision by the courts has been made. Council at any point could review whether they want to use the injunctive process as part of the tools for the RCMP. But there's been no direction provided by council to staff to actually review that, so it just sits where it is right now.
Thank you. So he's saying that you could review that decision.
Yeah, we
On
could.
June 17, you said that you would review that decision. So that's my question. What would be your timeline for reviewing that decision if you
Well, of course,
were
the thing is, the
serious?
judgment came down. The court decision was, what, a week old now?
Well, there will be more decisions coming down.
Oh, there will be, yeah.
Possibly.
But, I mean, that's the point. Until these decisions are finally made, it's hard to make a policy, isn't it? We have to wait and see what the court decisions are on all these things coming down, as you point out. And then we will review them on a regular basis. We always do.
If you review that decision or revisit it, who will be involved? Will it be an in-camera review or will it be a public review where people can speak to it?
Go ahead.
Mr. Abbey, I think that you're just taking it literally about what the mayor may have said. I don't think the mayor at the time was referring to, we're going to review the injunction itself. So there was no commitment that I am aware of that council made to review.
Yeah, the injunction was a court action, and so obviously until such time as the courts makes a decision, we have nothing to review on it. The court's now made a decision, and the manner in which it's implemented might be something we'll look at in time, sure.
So I would appreciate then if you could follow up on that and supply me with the information. What was the specific charter guidelines that you relied on?
Yeah, I think we've already indicated we would do that for you.
So that would be good. Thank you for that. My other question has to do with the heritage values of the dams. And if I could, I'd like to know how you're going to deal with or incorporate in the whole discussion tonight about communication, consultation, renewing relationships, all this kind of stuff. I'd like to just quickly read this letter. It's from the city, and it's quite succinct if I just read it through. And I'd like to know how you're going to, how you would think of incorporating these questions into the renewed consultation. It's quite a short, succinct letter. It just is from the city. It's actually from the Nanaimo Community Heritage Commission. December 17, 2012. We are writing to express our concerns about the proposed demolition of the Colliery Dam and spillway. There are only 2 properties on the Nanaimo and federal heritage registers that are directly linked to Nanaimo's coal mining history. These include the dam and spillway, and the other one is the mine rescue station on Farquhar Street. The latter, the Farquhar Street one, is privately owned and the city cannot guarantee its future. The dam and spillway, on the other hand, are municipally owned and provide the city with a singular opportunity to demonstrate heritage stewardship and leadership. As a Heritage Commission, it is our duty to defend and protect the resources on the city's heritage register and to provide information and advice to council on all heritage issues. We take this duty seriously and assume that our input is both welcomed and incorporated into the decision-making process. In this case, our input was not even solicited. We fully understand that the dam and spillway present seismic and flooding issues that the city must address. We believe that an engineered solution can be found that resolves these issues without sacrificing the dam and spillway. We ask that you direct staff to investigate other options as soon as possible. Heritage buildings and sites are not renewable resources. Installing plaques in their place or displaying bits and pieces of them in other locations are not acceptable alternatives. Our heritage resources are finite and vulnerable. Ultimately, it's up to you to protect them. That is signed by Diane Brennan, Chair of the Nanaimo Community Heritage Commission. So the question, I guess, if there's a question in there is, are you fully intending to incorporate this very well-written letter into your renewed negotiations, consultations, discussions, partnerships?
That's a fair question, but I think the answer lies on as long as the risk factor is reduced or eliminated. That's the key to it all. That's what this whole thing is about, is risk and liability. And if something can be done to preserve the dams but remove all risk and liability, we would look at it. Sure.
So the views of the Heritage Commission will be taken seriously, and this letter.
But did you hear what I said? What I said was that if there is a way to keep the dams and remove or eliminate totally the risk and liability, we would do that. But I can't tell you that we could leave the dam standing and eliminate the risk and liability.
Totally eliminate it, or just mitigate?
I don't want to get into degrees.
Yeah,
We've
well,
got to
let's not
remove the
debate
risk.
that. I just
We have to
wanted-
remove the risk. I don't know how else I can explain it. The risk is high, we need to remove the risk. And I'm telling you, I don't know if we can retain them from a heritage standpoint and still look after the issues that the province has brought up to us. Okay? I know. So, Councillor McKay, I'm sorry, you had something?
Yes, I just wanted to point out to Mr. Abbey that the section of the community charter that covers in-camera meetings and how and why they're allowed, and the subject matter is section 90, subsection 1, A through O. So you could look that up on the internet. Just Google community charter and it'll come up.
Yeah, thank you.
Are you going to make the motion right on time? Yeah.
One more delegation.
Well, yeah, but we leave at 11 o'clock, so, well, I'm sorry, that's the way it works in a democracy.
Address the mayor
Yeah.
and council. Thank you very much. So my questions actually have to do, but many of them I appreciate having been answered as many people came up to the podium who otherwise wouldn't have had an opportunity to speak if I had not stood back. So thank you very much for that. My questions have to do with the original meeting. I recently had the opportunity to be able to hear a CD of a December 6th meeting that was held between city staff and some of the concerned citizens. And in this meeting, I understand that there was a discussion with the engineer. And as part of that discussion, the engineer said that there was a contract he had that came up, and he made some assumptions, and he made some guesstimates, and sort of figured out
what's the question?
things.
What's
So
the
the question is, once he filed this report and he made the assumptions and the questions with no factual information, they were his good guesses, that was then incorporated into an inundation study as fact. And so at that point, that inundation study then became part of what was sent to the dam safety branch as factual information in order to make a examination of what the risk was for the colliery dams. At that time, my understanding is that the Nanaimo First Nations were never involved in that study as well, and were not involved at that time, so they were excluded. And so we've got this study, which is all assumptions with no facts, incorporated into something else, and then out of that, the dam safety branch, which has rules and regulations, says, this is now looking extreme, but there's no original factual information from the original study that went into the inundation study. So how does one...
Your Worship, I need to say that the inundation study is a professional engineer's professional advice, so I just caution the delegation about disparaging a professional doing his
Oh, no, I said this is my understanding. I am definitely not an engineer. I just listened to... I'm not an engineer. I definitely... just listen to the December 6th meeting.
So what's your question, ma'am?
So
It's
I
11
asked
o'clock,
the
we're closing
question.
now.
I am trying to ask the question.
Well, you
My
better ask it
question,
quick.
I've asked it a couple times, and then I've been warned not to ask it. So my question is, how does one start basing factual information on something which was a supposed or an assumption?
We can't answer that.
Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I think you have some facts wrong. Did you?
Point of order, we need
No,
a
listen.
motion.
Okay.
11 o'clock.
Okay.
That's okay. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm good with that.
No, you do it, but I will vote against it.
I'll vote against it.
No second.
I'm finished with my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Second, we stand adjourned.